Senior Elder Yomi Odu Wobi. You are welcome, sir. Mr. Chairman, distinguished gentlemen and ladies, I must remind you that Comrade Chibuzo Asumuga is the chairman of this occasion, and with his kind permission, I want to begin the recognition and invitation to high table of the very distinguished standby. May I at this juncture recognize and invite to the high table the representative of the Honorable Minister of Education, Dr. Marub Tunji Alosa, ably represented in this occasion by Dr. A.J. Usman, who is the Director, Polytechnic Education of the Federal Ministry of Education. He's here representing the special guest of honor, who is the Minister of Education, Dr. Marub Tunji Alosa. Sir, you are most welcome. I will invite also the Assistant Director, Eni Amadin, who came along with the Director of Polytechnic Services. This is also from Federal Ministry of Education. You are kindly asked to move to the high table. The chairman of the occasion, Comrade Chibuzo Benjamin Inda Asumuga, kindly move to the high table. May I also invite from the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation, Mr. Yusuf Abubakar Maji, ACA, to the high table, one of our resource persons of the day. J.O. Benjamin, Association of Nigerian Polytechnic Pensioners, the national chairman, is here with us and is one of the resource persons. Comrade Jeosa, kindly join the high table. Enze Peter Enze from FOBDOS, national chairman. If you are here with us, kindly join your colleagues on the high table. Put your hands together, please, to appreciate him. He's one of our resource persons also. I have also from the AGF Office of the Accountant General of the Federation, Hajia Fatima Hajia Fatima Bako Bello, please. If you are here, thank you, ma'am. Idowu EO from EP's office. I understand you are with the director, so let me just recognize Idowu and request that you stand up for recognition and maintain your seats. But please, sir, I'm sorry, we have reserved for you in the front. Kindly move forward to this front seat. Hussaini, help. Equem VEN. I don't know why he chose to give us this way, but I will say it the way we have it, because perhaps I may not be able to pronounce it correctly. He's from the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation. Precisely, he is the director of the Popular EPs. Director, sir, kindly move to the high table. Director EPs, please to the high table. Yes, help us help him and lift him to there. Welcome, sir. Thank you, Haja. May I quickly recognize the presence of Samuel H. Joshua, National Welfare Officer, POBDOS. Samuel Ade Banjo. This from Sanif. What is the name? The president of Sanif. What is Please put your hands together for the president of Sanif. What's this? Nura Shehu Gaya, the National Secretary of Sanif is with the President. Please, we recognize you. Put your hands together for him. Muhammad Umar, also the National Treasurer of Sanif. Please, President Sanif, Secretary Sanif, Treasurer Sanif, kindly move to the front seat. You have the President of Sanif, Comrade Adebanjo Ogoyi, kindly proceed to the high table. Okay, sorry, thank you. Not soup, Shaba. Makoji, the President. If I call the surname wrongly, forgive me. I'm just having a little challenge with the person who should be invited to the high table. Sheba, kindly. Okay, thank you. Shaib Aliu, MNDA, designation is AD. I think it's Assistant Director. Innocent Silma of NotSoup, Assistant Secretary. Please take the front seat here. Innocent, come to the front. Amalu Emmanuel, the Secretary General of NASU, kindly take the front seat. Secretary NASU, please let's recognize him. Let's put our hands together for him. Masoud Ele from Kohet. Masoud Elelu, okay, sorry. The Secretary General of Kohet, please move to the high table. Oga Elelu, I saw him, yes, he was there. Please let's appreciate him as he moves to the high table. Dr. S.S. Umar, Chairman COPA, please move to the high table and let's put our hands together to appreciate the resources. Abba, take down. Quickly. Presidency. That's it for the president. The front. Okay. What's in the front? Okay. Doctor. So I'll call the president. The President of the Union, permit me to kindly invite you to sit next to the chairman of this occasion. And I'm inviting Comrade Panja Sondi Sharma, President of Academic Union of Polytechnics. He is from Isa Mustafa Agoy the Pest, Polytechnic in Lafia, Nasarawa State. Mr. President, thank you for closing the high table. Let me invite my brother to continue with the protocol as the program proper comments. Hussaini James, the National Internal Auditor, is my co-MC at this program. He's from Polytechnic movie. I think I have not recognized you, so.
Thank you.
Okay. Block them. Or cannot block them. I can talk to them. Why can't you move the camera?
Thank you, Senior Comrade Abdullah Yalwa, for that wonderful introduction. Without much ado, I want to invite Comrade Precious Mokodo to give us opening prayers, please. Okay, we read it.
The national anthem is the national prayer. Yes, let's take it. It's there. The
Third stanza, please.
Anthem, please. The national prayer. Nigeria, O God of all creators.
O God of all creation, grant this our request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. Amen. Thank you. I want to invite can you all be on our face, please? Soli, soli, so. Do you have it here? Thank you.
Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Oh, the union makes us strong. When the union's inspiration through the workers' blood shall run, there can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? But the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong. It is we who plowed the prairies, built the cities where they trade, dug the mines and built the workshops, endless miles of railroad laid. Now we stand outcast and starving amid the wonders we have made, but the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. They have taken untold millions that they never toiled to earn, but without our brain and muscle, not a single wheel can turn. We can break their haughty power, gain our freedom when we learn that the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. hands is placed a power greater than their hoarded gold, greater than the might of atoms, magnified 1,000-fold. We can bring to birth a new world from the ashes of the old, for the union makes us strong.
Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. Insolator, Be Africa, Aluta, Victoria. Thank you very much. Distinguished gentlemen and ladies, may I at this juncture kickstart this program very proper by inviting the president of our great union, Comrade Sunday Sharma Fanja, for his address of welcome. Let me invite you to the podium, sir.
The Honorable Minister of Education, ably represented Dr. Maruf Alausa, ably represented by the Director, Polytechnic and Allied Institutions, Federal Ministry of Education, our dear Comrade M.A. Eje, the Chairman of the occasion, Comrade Chibuzu B. Asumuga, our dear friend, brother, Director IPPIS, whom we have worked very, very closely with and has assisted us in several occasions, the Representative of the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation, representative of the Director of Budget. Please, because our time is fast spent, let me stand on already established protocol. On behalf of the National Executive Council of our union, the Council of National Officers, the think tank committee of our union, I welcome all of us to this one-day consultative engagement on pension fund administration. This engagement today is born out of the challenges that we foresee our members may face after post-service life. We're indeed also witnessing that even those our members that have retired, we have seen the challenges, the problem that they are facing. It is in view of this that the National Executive Council of our union found it worthy to organize a one-day engagement where we will invite critical stakeholders in the pension fund administration to give us insight into the entire pension fund administration so as to interrogate the present challenges that we are noticing, as well as those that we envisage may happen after our retirement. As we come to partake in this engagement, to be part of this engagement, I wish us a very fruitful engagement. I want to sincerely thank the organizing committee for the good job they have done in organizing this, this one-day engagement. Indeed, we pray that the Lord God will reward you abundantly. We want to thank all our participants, particularly chapter chairman and other CEC members, our think tank committee, all our invited guests for taking time to be part of this engagement. We pray that as we come from far and near to be part of this engagement, that even as we finish and we are going back to our various destinations, may the good Lord see us through and take us safely. We believe that after this engagement, we're better equipped to know the challenges as well as the solutions that will be proffered by our experts that have been brought here. On this note, I wish us fruitful engagement. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
I think we can do better. Let's appreciate the President of the Union. That is an address, or was an address of welcome by the President of the Union of ASUP. Please permit me to invite the chairman of this great gathering, Comrade Chibuzo Benjamin Inda Asumga, to come and give us an overview of this, opening remark on this program. Chibuzo, sir. Comrade Chibuzo Benjamin Inda Asumuga. The minister will stand there. You should come here. Sorry, sir.
I can't be coming there all the time. I want to cheer. The Honorable Minister, ably represented, the President of my dear union, and all other dignitaries, all other people who are invited to represent different stakes, in the Polytechnic sector. I want to welcome us. When I was on an emergency basis drafted to fill the role of chairman for this occasion, I wondered why. Then it occurred to me that perhaps it's because I am very close to retirement. So I said maybe that is why I've been asked to chair. But I want to say that actually this is one of the occasions where I feel happy that I belong to ASUP. The fear of retirement, post-service life, has been a problem, it's been a big challenge for anybody who has walked through a system like ours. A system like ours where the reward system is tortuous, is full of denials. It doesn't recognize, it doesn't encourage anybody except one person in each dispensation of 5 years. Maybe the person we call the rector. Every other person is in slave labor. And at the end of our tenures, our service years, you find that a year after, for a full year, it's like somebody is in hellfire. Is in hellfire, nothing paid, nobody cares for you, you don't even know where to step out, where to come in. So I believe that this event actually is addressing a challenge I would say is existential. Because you wouldn't know the number of people who have passed on out of fear of what faces them immediately after retirement with regard to pension administration. I wouldn't be going, I think the chairman of this occasion will come to give us an overview of the challenges. And if you looked at the resource persons that have been lined up, the resource persons, I think we're going to have a very robust meeting that will be productive. And I'm assuming that perhaps this may be the first in a series of such meetings, because this cannot be a one-off thing to address everything. I think we may have to widen participation, to get to the point where it will be sector-wide, not just ASUP and union leaders. Pension desk officers in our polytechnics will bring colleges together, because they are the people we pass through the same challenges with. And if perhaps the universities will agree, we'll all come together. Even the civil service, everybody except a few people on this table are living in the fear of post-retirement, of post-service years. And I think that as we begin today, we'll begin to look at some of these things. Another worry here is that I don't know if we have the critical stakeholders, the critical decision makers in this audience who will take note of our submissions and act on them, understand what we are saying. That has been a problem. Getting the people who will make the laws, the people who will implement them, execute them, to sit down at such fora as this and really listen and understand, because most of the time it's a question of not really understanding what we are saying. I remember one of the presidents, when ASUP was on strike, we've been on strike for about 9 months, and the president of this nation was on television talking about ASUP strike. And then the reporters asked him, what about ASUP strike? He didn't know what ASUP meant. So when they explained to him, he now said, oh, the Polytechnic people. That was how he dismissed us. So I think that, we are beginning to build a base, for understanding of the system. And as ASUP continues to lead this, I will also encourage our sister unions that are here. I had expected that KOASU would be mentioned. I want to appreciate the SANIP president who is here. I thought KOASU would have been here, and other unions, in the colleges, in the Polytechnic system, so that we'll begin to address this together. I want us to pay attention, so that this will not be just like any other gather us to talk. When I said that the program is looking at 450 to end, I became worried, because it's a critical Nigerian matter that once a program lasts beyond 1-2, we lose interest. But I want to plead with us, because I know that participation is really going to be robust, very interactive. So let's stay, let's hear the presentations, let's interact, and we're praying that because the Honorable Minister is here, he's been a very responsive friend of this union, that habitually he will continue to respond to us. Thank you very much as we go on with this program.
Let's appreciate the chairman once more, please. Because of the observation given by the chairman, we must be very prudent in managing our time. Without wasting more, let me invite the chairman of the organizing committee of this great event, Comrade Anderson Ezebe, for an overview of the program, please.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Minister of Education, distinguished members of the High Table. Before I go into this responsibility or executing this responsibility, I was informed that representatives from the National Pensions Commission, they are here in this hall. I didn't know when they came in. So please, the representatives from the National Pensions Commission, PENCOM, are they in the hall? Okay, thank you very much. Please take them to where they will be, because they are very important to us in this particular program. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, comrades and colleagues in the Nigerian Polytechnic system, I want to join the national president of our union in welcoming you to this one-day interactive session. The chairman has already said it all, that this is not going to be a one-off event. It's actually going to kickstart a series of interventions with respect to what we are going to farm out today as key points of intervention in this vexed issue of the post-service life condition of workers from the Nigerian Polytechnic system. Before I go on to give this program overview, I just want to remark that I'm very elated to have the kind of persons we have here today. It's my pleasure to really receive the director of EPIS. He's been a very great friend of the union, just like the national president pointed out, and indeed other staff of the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation, those from the Director Funds, and the program manager of GIFMIS, who would also have been here. They've been very, very supportive to our union, and they've never really failed us, and we are very happy that they are here today, and they are going to play a very important role in this particular program. I'm also happy that we have the chairman of COFA, the rector of Auchi Polytechnic, my colleague in peace building, even though we've not been able to make peace in Bida, but he's still my colleague nonetheless and will continue to try. He's here to represent the rectors. We invited BUSCON, the bossers. I don't know whether the chairman is here. We invited COREC. Okay, thank you very much, sir. You're most welcome. We also invited the chairman of COREC, that is the registrars. We made out these invitations because we were trying to identify persons who have roles to play in the responsibility chain of pensions administration in the Nigerian Polytechnic system. We also invited the organization of pension operators. They are called PENOPs. They are coming in. They are going to be here around 1 o'clock to make a presentation. And this program is born out of the fact that the experience of our colleagues who are leaving the system has not been palatable at all. We are all aware of the transition from the old pension scheme to the contributory pension scheme, and since then it's been very difficult for our people. And the president, the national president of the Polytechnic pensioners will also elaborate on this, and that is why we've placed him first. He's going to make a presentation that will really introduce us into the plight of persons who have retired from the Nigerian Polytechnic system. It is not meant to scare us, because it is inevitable that at some point we are going to exit the system, and that is why we've gathered to make that transition a seamless one, and to have an assured setup once we leave the Polytechnic system. And after him, we'll now start interrogating what the setup is, and that is when the Pensions Commission will come up to give us an overview of what the pension scheme has been all along and where we are at the moment, before the Accountant General of the Federation, representatives of that office will now educate us more on the processes and those responsible for deductions, employer-employee deductions, and remittances, as it were, before we now take up other presentations that will deal with the management of the deducted funds and the remitted funds and other matters arising. We also invited the pensions desk officers, the forum of pensions desk officers. I think the chairman, the national chairman is here. So we did our best to cover the grounds, and by the end of this program, our expectation is that we would have been able to identify areas, the gaps that will need our union to intervene. We gather during NEC meetings, and everybody will complain, but nobody is pointing at where the challenge is. But having this cream of persons here today who have one role or the other to play in the administration of pensions, we are very sure that by the end of the day, we are going to really identify where the gaps are, and then the union can now take it up from there by organizing specific programs, and intervention strategies to address such issues. And by the end of the day, we would have been able to smoothen the transition of our members from service life to a post-service era. On this note, I welcome us once more, thank our presenters, and appeal to them again to give us a little more of their time. I know it's a very demanding day, to give us a little more of their time, and we're not going to take too much time in this program. Forget about the 4:30 or 4:50 setup. So thank you very much, and I wish us a fruitful engagement.
Thank you, Chairman of the Organizing Committee. Let me at this juncture recognize Engineer John Ingeni, Director with the Ministry of Regional Development. Sir, if you are here, please kindly move to the front seat. Let's put our hands together as he moves to the seat. The chairman of Association of Federal Polytechnic Bursars in Nigeria is also here with us. Comrade MB Akinola, sir. Thank you. You can see from the program of events, next is for us to listen to the man who resolved medically and educationally the crisis of 18 years entry requirement to tertiary institution, a promoter of girl child education, a twice best physician of United States of America of the year 2007 and 2012, a former lecturer with Rush University, medical doctor and educationist by profession, former Minister of State's Health, and now Minister of Education, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Dr. Maru Tunji Alausa, ably represented by the Director Polytechnics in Federal Ministry of Education. I hand over the mic to you, sir.
Thank you, the MC, for the encomiums poured on our Honorable Minister of Education, Dr. Maruf Tunji Alausa, CON. Actually, all the names you have given him, he qualifies. And additionally, he is a transformative Minister of Education. He has done well, done a lot to reform education sector, down to even the entry requirements into tertiary institutions. He's a man that is a workaholic. He comes to work very early in the morning before the directors, and he leaves late in the evening. So I'm representing, Dr. J. Osman, I'm representing the Honorable Minister of Education in this gathering. And I want to sincerely appreciate ASUP for organizing this one-day workshop, because the issue of contributory pension and the problems associated with it is not only the polytechnic sector. Even the civil servants face this problem you are analyzing. Your plights are the same with the civil servants. And I've loved to stay till the end of this thing so that I'll gain more, but due to my schedules. Okay. I commend ASUP for being one of the most organized unions in tertiary institutions. Being most organized, even the minister said it. So I'm repeating what the minister said. You were there. President, am I correct? You were in that meeting. He always commends ASUP. And not only ASUP, is by extension, all the unions in the Polytechnic, including SANIP, NASU, and NOTSUP. So you are open to dialogue anytime, and that's why we have peace in our campuses. And you believe in due process. That's one of the things that has earned you this good name. Okay? So we, most of the demands of ASUP are being met and others are receiving attention. That one I can assure you. So I want to inform you that your 2010 renegotiation has been granted. It has been approved. And a committee has been set up, inaugurated day before yesterday. by the Honorable Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Moruf Tunji Alausa, CON, in his office. The committee is named Mahmoud Yayale Ahmed Federal Government Tertiary Institutions Renegotiation Committee. So yesterday we had the inaugural meeting, and the message I have for you, I'm happy other unions, other trade unions of the Polytechnic are here. That is, apart from ASUP, I cited the president of SANIP, NOTSUP, and NASU. So the message is one. Please forward your renegotiation, what to renegotiate to our ministry, for the polytechnics to my office, for the universities to Director of University, and for the colleges of education to the Director College of Education, that a technical committee will look at it, assess it before presenting a memo to the main committee. And this thing has to be very fast. If we can get it between now, within 1 week, it will be very good, Mr. President. I want to recognize my friend and my brother here, Chief Asonga, who is one-time president of ASUP. I knew him for a long time. I didn't know he was so much a big man like this. Because he was a parent in my school where I headed. His son was admitted into my school, and he came close to me, and I didn't know his background as a very big man until I became Director of Polytechnic. So, Dr. Asamuka, you are welcome. And I'm surprised that you have so many names, including Nda. You know where Nda belongs to? Including Danjuma. And is Yakubu part of it? Adobowale. So there are so many. Maybe we give you another one. Okay? So thank you, sir. Then I want to brief you on the 2023 needs assessments. One of the contentious demands of ASUP, SANIP, NASU, and NOTSUP. So the 2022 needs assessment is winding up, while the 2023 has been approved. The 2023 needs assessment, initially it was appropriated 300 billion, but the president cut it to 150 billion. Now, 50 billion has been approved and released. That one, as in the ASU meeting or PIMC meeting, was it this week? Monday, yes, they were informed. So I want to inform the larger house that, but the modality now is not all the state polytechnics again, but all federal polytechnics will benefit. Then one polytechnic per state will benefit, and it will be on rotation. The 2023, when we pick one polytechnic from maybe, let's say, Kogi State, we pick a Kogi State Polytechnic, Lokoja. 2024, if there's another polytechnic in Kogi State, we now pick that one. I'm using Kogi as an example. So some states have up to 5 or more than 5 polytechnics. So they will not benefit at the same time. The beneficiaries will be one per state at a time. That is the mode of sharing, and but all the federal polytechnics will benefit it. I have to inform you also that even though we are winding down the 2022 needs assessment, some schools have outstanding claims to be received. And the OEGF, we have made appeals to them to release the money. So this meeting is very important because of the presence of the representative of the Director General of PENCOM and the OEGF and the Director IPPIs. I would have loved to listen to them, but I'm constrained. I thank you very much. On the last note, the Chairman COFA, I recognize you. And then the Secretary General of COHES, I recognize you. Thank you very much, and God bless you. So, by the powers vested in me as the representative of the Honorable Minister, Dr. Maruf Tunji Alausas UN, I, Dr. J.A. Usman, declare this one-day interaction open. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Let's kindly give a standing ovation to the Honorable Minister. May we kindly appreciate the Minister while standing. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister, ably represented by the Director of Polytechnics. Distinguished gentlemen and ladies, we are now going to take goodwill messages. But just before I do that, let's remind the Honorable Minister that the presence for our union, being a due process union, a patient union, they said in some civilizations, the patient dog eats the fattest bone. In Nigeria, the patient dog have no bone to eat at the end of all. So let us make sure that this is appreciated, our patience, our due process, not just in words, but in action, so that you encourage such behavior and you discourage the other ones you think are not desirable. At this point, let me invite goodwill messages, representative of the trade unions, Coupling, Bothcon, Copper, Correct, anyone that is within reach, I can, Copper, Hello, sir. Okay, Copper, sorry, sir. Let's take from you.
Great ASUP. I'm one of the greats. By the virtue of the fact that I'm #1 ASUP member of my school. Am I not? Thank you very much. And I contributed the highest amount to this union, more than anyone seated here. So if you are great, I'm great and great. Thank you very much, the chairman of this occasion. Every president, my friend, my brother, whom I am well pleased, other national escorts for which we have been deliberating so much to attend to certain peaceful coexistence in the Polytechnic sector. Let me correct an initial saying of the chairman that says everybody here is concerned about retirement except at least one person. I want to say it's wrong. That one person doesn't retire with a salary of a rector. He retires with the salary of a chief lecturer like every other person. And so to say, we are more concerned because, take it from me or not, our mouth is widening a bit more than the ordinary lecturer. Our demands are elongated more than the ordinary lecturer. Our responsibilities as well are heavier than an ordinary lecturer. Because when I was just a chief lecturer, nobody will leave my village and come to me without notice. If you come to me without notice, I will tell you go back. But now they will say you are a big man. You have to receive us. So you could see the enormous responsibility that's on our head. So this very consultative forum is out. And I think there couldn't have been any better time than now, that I'm almost close to retirement. To me, it's the best time so that I can have a leverage, I can have a standing that when I retire, I will retire successfully and relax back in my house without waiting endlessly for my retirement benefits to come to me. It is actually a sad experience. When you're retired, you have to wait endlessly before your funds, your own funds you contributed. Not that you are given free of charge. Your own funds you contributed, you keep begging to get those funds. It is quite a pity. So I want to believe that the organizers of this program thought not only twice, but they thought multiply, have actually brought this interactive section. And I want to believe that the stakeholders, more especially the PENCOM, will listen attentively to these laudable events and treat us with all sense of fairness when we exit the services of our respective institutions. To ASUP, they have done wonderfully well, and I know both the national and local chapters has been doing wonderfully well because we have been interacting, more especially in my position as a corporate chairman. I have been interacting with some of the chapter chairmen to solve one problem or the other. I want to thank you sincerely. I want to appreciate you on behalf of Polytechnic rectors. And I want to also pledge our loyalties as rectors to work with you earnestly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. S.S. Sumar, Rector of Federal Polytechnic, Auchi Polytechnic, and the Chairman of COPA. Please, let's put our hands once more together for him. As we all know, we can't have much problem or any problem that cannot be addressed by the cream de la cream we gathered today. Our only problem is time. And of course, on that note, let me invite Cohet for the goodwill message. Just 2 minutes, sir. And I will beg you to make some amendments due to some pressing demand. So immediately after Dr. Elelu, just 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much. The Chairman of the Occasion, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it gladdens my heart that part of this today, representing the cohorts. Of course, cohorts means Council of Heads of Polytechnics and Colleges of Technology in Nigeria. And the body comprises of both the state and the federal polytechnics. Let me also join others to congratulate ASUP for being proactive trying to fashion out a way in which some of the retirees from the system, from the polytechnic sector, will, at least to a certain extent, be confident enough to look at retirement in face. I have retired, but I'm still engaged. And I know when I see some of our retirees, those who retire at the same time with me, who have not been fortunate enough to have one thing or the other to do, it's a pity situation. So I want to congratulate you for doing this. And I do hope, like Comrade Anderson said, this is the beginning. I must also say that some of us were fortunate to have retired under the old scheme. I'm saying this because, I'm sorry, I will not take your time, because there's a lot of confusion in the system now. The police has moved out of the contributories, I hope I'm right, or they're trying to move out. The military is trying to move out. So organizations are also trying to move out. So with this kind of sensitization, people will be able to know, will be able to choose. Various sectors will be able to choose. Do you go with the old system or will stay in the contributory system? What the reasons we find from some of the things that will be given to us to do. So I implore that each and every one of us will take time and listen attentively and try to do one or two things from here. ASUP is showing us the way, and I do hope that other unions will also follow suit. Once more, congratulations for this, and thank you very much for inviting the colleagues. Thank you, sir.
Let's appreciate the comment, please. Thank you. As we are trying to fix some little problem, let me at this juncture ask the Director Funds in the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation to be on standby alongside the big friend of ASUP, the Director of EPIS, who will invite you as soon as we want to have you on record very properly. The camera is just saying we are backing, you are backing the camera. So I want you to press the camera where, that's why I'm resetting the, come and help me. Sorry for the little delay. It's reflection. You get it? But this one, it's okay. Let me please invite Director Funds. Okay, is the Director of Funds around? Oh, we start with the IFISMA. I think you are booting. Let the IFIS start since it's ready. Oh, you are okay. You can stand together. Okay. Maybe we add the mic.
Okay. All right. The Honorable Minister of Education, ably represented, the Chairman of Education, the President of ASUP, and the leadership of ASUP, the members of ASUP, invited guests, stakeholders, good morning all. When we got the letter from ASUP to be part of the discussants at this forum, we were very eager to participate. because as earlier observed, ASUP has their peculiar way of doing things. I think they belong to the group of unions or trade unions that talk less but achieve more. They are collaborative. They are very collaborative in their attitude. Personally, I'm highly elated by the decision of the union not just to agonize about what is happening to members and sit there, shift blame, and continue to agonize and never take steps to face the challenges. This gathering is a clear testament that the union believes in achieving results, tackling issues, and achieving results. So I wish to, on behalf of the Accountant General of the Federation, Dr. Shamsuddin Ogunjimi, felicitate with you on this occasion. The letter that was addressed to us indicated that we will be discussants. So, briefly, I'll use 5 minutes or less to just give a little overview. Then we'll await the interaction for about 10 minutes for clarifications that you may have, and then that will be done. Contributory pension. We've already listed all the challenges, everything, but I want us to know that it is backed by law. And, you know, the 2004 Pension Reform Act was repealed and was replaced with 2014 Pension Reform Act. And in that 2014 Pension Reform Act, government wants, by law, government is to provide 10% of every worker emolument, while the worker himself is to contribute 8% of his own emolument, and the two, the 10% and the 8%, making 18%, on monthly basis is remitted to the retirement savings account of the officer. So, and this fund is equally safeguarded by law and by government by ensuring that the money is placed in a secure account called the Pension Fund Custodian. And PENCOM is here because it's like the regulator who ensures that both the contributor, that is the worker, and then the fund supported by government is secure. PENCOM from time to time gives guidelines on the kind of investment or business that pension fund could be applied to. In so doing, the effort is to make sure that the money saved for somebody to enjoy his retirement is not put at risk. And for the contributor, according to the law, when you turn 50 years, you have right to access that fund. Either when you turn 50 years or when you retire. So there are conditions, there are procedures. So I will conclude by informing you that when you, the Polytechnics, were under the IPBIS, by the way, our our relationship with you is such that we had a love affair, and you went away, and we are cutting to know whether you will come back. because among all the unions, I think we had very robust collaborative engagement while you were with us. So, and that is why anytime we are called upon on issues that relate to polytechnics, we are always forthcoming. So, but until November last year, the system in IPPIS was configured in such a way that when we generate payroll of a polytechnic, for example, and the money to pay the polytechnic in a month is 1 million naira. By the time we want to demand money to pay, which is called warrant from the Minister of Finance, if the government contribution of the workers of that polytechnic is, say, 100,000, what we'll be demanding from Minister of Finance is not 1 million through the warrant. We'll be demanding for 1.1 million because the government needs to fund her own contribution. And when we received the warrant, which is 1.1, we will now deduct 8% from every worker and add it to the cumulative of the 10% of government owned, which have been funded, and then we will remit 18% to the PFA of that particular worker. That is how we've been doing it for all that were on the platform. Now, since November, when you left the platform, you became independent, managing your own payrolls. And I'm aware that you don't use one particular payroll solution. Individual polytechnics have their own configuration of payroll work. So what we had, or what seems to have happened, was that arrangement whereby the government funded contribution and the deduction of your own contribution is moved to the PFA. Your operators is like they were concentrating on deducting your 8%, and probably they have the assumption that government will take care of their contribution, but which is not the right thing. Government has taken care of your contribution when they approve their budget. Because the budget template you are giving, which is run under GIFMIS, does not ask you for amount. The template asks you for detailed grade level and step of everybody. And based on that submission, the system comes up with your budget, personnel budget. It is already having the 10% government contribution. So when you remit only the 8% employee contribution, you tend to see a balance in your personnel costs, thinking that money is free. No. That balance you are seeing is the part of government contribution, which you ought to remit to the PFA. And we understand that some polytechnics try to see that money as, we have small balance, and they started touching it and all that. So, but that is it. So I'm making this expository as an interaction so that perhaps if there's anybody who is thinking another way, the person should know that that government has provided for it when they approve their personnel budget. They have built in their contribution in your personnel budget. It is the operators in your various polytechnics that should pick up the government contribution, pick up the staff contribution, and remit appropriately. In so doing, you will not be having under remittances. In so doing, the fate of the worker is safeguarded. In so doing, your retirement benefits is assured.
So I think with that little explanation, I think I will the case. If there's any clarification or one or two, we may be able to make it. All of us from Akata General Office, we are one organization. So that's why I said maybe I'll make a presentation, I'll make a brief speech. Then if any question comes, if it's the one that I can answer, I will address it. If the one funds can answer, we'll address it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Director English. And okay, the director has spoken for the team, and yes, let's keep you very close. While the members watch are getting set to put their questions, I want you, when you come back, sir, to, as a matter of emphasis, tell us that one, a person at the age of 50 can access his contribution even before retirement. And if within the 15 years remaining in service, I have taken bulk of the money after retirement, what will happen, sir? Let me, please, we are going to take questions. Please, let's count. 1, 2, 3. Maybe we'll take you 4. Mind your number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for now. In case we must take more, we'll take again. So somebody help me. Chinedu? I did not follow in the pipe. Number 1. Your name, institution, and question straight, no protocol, please.
Thank you very much. I am Comrade Leko Olaosheba. I'm from Federal School of Surveying, Oyo. Thank you, sir. Now, my question, I will briefly explain something. I want to use myself as an example. I've worked for over 150 months. And as of today, the remittance of almost 30 months have not been made, including the whole of year 2020. And during this period, my institution is already on IPPIs. So I want to know, this irregularity in the remittance, who should be held responsible? And also, because my own institution is a monotechnic, as of today, we are still on IPPIs. And for this year, only January and April was remitted. February, March, May upward have not been remitted. We should be held responsible in this regard. Thank you, sir.
My name is Jonathan Ladiga from Nilest, Zaria. My question is on the last part of your explanation, where you said that on the part of IPs, deductions are made, and on other platforms, deductions are made 18% and not sometimes remitted. From 2015 to shortly when IP started, we've had deductions made for staff in our institution and wasn't updated on the PFA back end for staff to see. So practically there's no records of deductions made. And till date, it is assumed as though, staff would have to forfeit that deductions. How can we take care of issues like this before the commencement of IPs, where we were able to see our deductions? Who is responsible? How can we track it? And how can we get our monies updated with our PFAs? Thank you.
Good morning. I am Engineer Dr. Fred Keren from the ASUP Polytechnic and Boko in Benue State. I'm speaking as a state institution here. First, my question is, you say that this is a law, and the law is supposed to protect the worker, even as you administer the activities. For some of us, this law came in meeting us midway. We have been in service, and we are made to understand that you are supposed to work bond, so that whatever you are taking is being dropped upon the bond. I don't know, for state institutions, this has been the problem. The law is not protecting us in that regard. It is very difficult, but because they say it's law and we must obey. We have given our consent, we have even observed irregularities, but we don't know how is the law going to deal with this default, especially on the side of government where what is being deducted is not properly remitted. Because I also know that there are percentages that are supposed to be there. Because at the federal, your presentation is perfect, sir. When you come down to the state, it is not as easy as that. So my question is, how can we be protected according to the law? Thank you.
5.
Thank you very much. Engineering is my name from Federal Polytechnic Naked. My question is this. During your explanations, we want to understand that the government contributes 10% of the person's income and the worker contributes 8%, making it 18%, which is saved at the worker's retirement savings account, maybe the person's RS or whatever. And I know there is a certain provision in the pension that permits the worker to access 25% of his or her savings, having worked for 10 years and above. And I know some persons have accessed this particular 25%. And in recent times, I know some schools, when their staff apply for such assessment of that percentage, the PFA will tell them, your school have not been remitting your savings, so there is nothing we can do. To the extent that such workers in some schools don't even know what to do, as most of them are afraid of the unknown, that they can't even project their complaints appropriately. So in such situation that schools have refused to remit what they are supposed to do, banning the staff from accessing 25% of their savings, at least when they are still having to help them solve one or two problems. Sir, in this regard, how can you come in here to assist our staff so that they can access what is due to them? Thank you very much, sir.
I remain Dr. Chike David from a state institution when I am on a Polytechnic. I want to ask the question the last speaker, second to the last speaker said. We are a state institution. What efforts is government making? Since you said, you started by saying that this is a law, and a law that is supposed to protect everybody, because we buy from the same market. What efforts will government make to ensure that the state governors domesticate this important policy that will elevate the well-being of citizens of the state? And then secondly, when you are concluding, you mentioned that that's for federal institutions, when they finish remitting that of the employer, that a chunk of money remains. But I know in budgeting that every budgeted item is already itemized. The remnant in the account was not also appropriated to every worker in the institution that own a portion of that money, so that those managers will know this money ought to be remitted to the persons that are supposed to be the custodians, than leaving it as an unaccounted fund. So what effort are you doing to correct that? Because every budget item has a name. Thank you, sir. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll try to address the ones I can, then my colleagues will talk on some others. From Federal School of Survey, Oyo, I believe that there are some what I would call missing data that normally occur during enrollment. You find out that at times when we're in the field to enroll someone, you may not have a PFA pin. And or some will try to play a fast one. Instead of them to get a proper PFA pin, they will just check the type of number other people have and issue it to you. At that point, the person is more interested in getting enrolled as a worker to start earning salary. He's not even thinking about his pension at that time. So, and he will say later, and that later never comes. Then after about 4 or 5 years, the person is talking about, I'm not seeing anything. We call it unspecified PFA. Maybe there are no specific name. He didn't supply us a particular valid PFA at the point of enrollment. And even if he gives a valid name, he didn't give a valid PIN, which is linked to his retirement savings account. So those missing data will normally impact on remittances. When we want to remit, we have some billions in our custody under that category. What we do is that as institutions verify and gather the PFA and specify the PFA and their PIN, they are forwarded to us for those periods while you are in IPs. The period that we process your payroll, we are responsible to remit those missing months. Whenever we get the appropriate data that is required to remit those months. And then there are some peculiarities with 2020, which is the period of COVID. If Federal School of Survey Oyo was enrolled in 2020, there's possibility of all this social distancing and things like that, that some mechanisms were used to enroll then without seeing people physically. What I mean, like universities, for example, they were enrolled by presidential order. Details were forwarded to us. We didn't go to enroll them and get their biometrics at that point because of COVID. So I don't know whether that impacted on Oyo. Then for your January and April, you said you were not remitted. If you have missing months and you are still on our platform, it's something we can sort out. But I want to equally notify you, PENCOM is here. There are new procedures of remittances from this year. PENCOM had already accredited about 9 or more payment solution providers, and only payment processed through those authorized providers could be successful. So it's still an ongoing engagement. They are still sensitizing all MDAs on the need to utilize those channels to make those remittances.
We have few months that are outstanding because of delay in complying with the new arrangement. But I believe, has anybody, any outstanding within the period you were under IPs, we are responsible. That's what I'm explaining. Then the question from Nala Sare, I think my colleague from France will address that. The question on state institution, Upper Kupoli, Boko. I think my responsibility here is to address the historical information, why you were an IPs, and maybe talk generally about issues that concern federal institutions that are under federal government for now in respect to this. Then the POLYTECHNIC Day, you spoke about gradual withdrawal requests that are supposed to be honored and are not being honored and all that. I think there are conditions for gradual withdrawal. If you meet their conditions, they will grant you. Even the remittance we're talking about, the law specifies that anybody who deducts pension money from any individual, that organization is bound to remit it to the appropriate PFA within 7 working days. 7 working days. So plus or minus, there may be some reason, weekend in between or something, why it may not be 7 working days, but at least the law puts an urgency why you should not withhold it. So it's like hot money in your hand. You should send it where it belongs within 7 working days. That's to show you the importance of that law. But what I can say is that there are claims that of people who say that their PFA will just bogusly tell you, I will not see your money. Your remittance are not been coming. And I'm saying for 2025, there are new procedures introduced by PENCOM, which we are sorting out as it relates those remittances that are to be done, but the payment gateway we used to before may not be accredited by PENCOM. There are certain house clearing we are doing with PENCOM to see that these are sorted out, or that we move to the accredited ones. That may impact on promptness of remittances. Then Dr. from Obone Poly, I think as well, it's a state poly issue. The sensitization, getting state government to buy into the lofty ideas of Pension Act. I think it's something everybody should get involved in, awareness and all that. But I believe more when we optimize the advantages to the current people who are under the Pension Act. I think your union, your local chapters will then see more reason why they need to push the state government to buy into this. I want my colleague to address my last question and then other. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm going to respond to the question from the Zaria in respect of, he was requesting that in 2015, remitters were done and they've not been able to see their value in their PFA. Yes, they won't be able to see because we, at that time, when we remit, we don't have the detailed breakdown of individuals. So there's a dedicated account with the CBN, which is under the copies of the PENCOM, where the money is remitted to that account. In request for that, all they need to do is to write officially through PENCOM and copy us to enable us that yes, the money they are requesting for has been authorized. We will move the money to the account, and then PENCOM will now confirm, yes, the money was moved to the account, and then they will not be able to pay them. So your money is safe, 100%, based on the remittance we've made, which is with the PENCOM, and when you request for it, it's definitely going to be paid. I think when PENCOM are going to make their own presentation, to be able to explain more further on that aspect. Thank you.
Before we let you go, let's take the second batch of the questions, and excuse you, please. The chairman of the organizing committee will ask a question. Then we'll take from the SANIF chairman who want to say something. And of course, the third person from Federal Polytechnic Nasarawa, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, one is just a kind request to the delegation from the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation. I understand that the Director of IPs, it looks like he has a lot of other engagements that he wants to catch up with, sir. But please, when you're leaving, please don't go with your people. Please help us, let them just stay behind and attend to us more, because you can agree with me that the issues overlap. There will be an overlap on the issues. For instance, when Hajia was speaking, she made reference to PENCOM, and PENCOM people are here. You know, the essence of having this interactive forum is that all of us are here, so that there won't be anything like, forgive me, passing the bulk. So we'll all be here so that we'll be able to really identify where the challenge is. Now, to the Director of IPs, what I want to find out is, we left, or we are taken away from IPs in November, effective November 2024. Do we have deducted but unremitted funds with IPs for all federal polytechnics or for any federal polytechnic? Do we have incidences of deducted but unremitted? That is to say that the funds have been deducted, they are deducted at source, but within the IPs era, it was not remitted or has not been remitted. This information is very important. I know a lot of this is in the minds of a lot of persons. That's one. And then probably when the Pensions Commission people take the stage, it will be nice to educate us if the Pensions Reform Act or issues around pensions, whether it is on the exclusive legislative list. That is to say that, are these laws, or is the Pensions Reforms Act, is it binding on state-owned institutions as well? You know, this is very important because we need to identify, you may not believe this, there are staff from state-owned institutions that are working, no pension, nothing. Is that not correct? Good. And that is, you can't do that in this time and age. It's unbelievable to hear that in the public sector, it's not private organization, state-owned institution, and the workers are not enjoying any form of pension. So that's why it's very important for us to know whether the Pensions Reforms Act, whether it is pension matters is on the exclusive legislative list to the extent that it covers every worker in the country, or whether states enact their own pension laws to guide their own, so that we know where to intervene for such states. Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Ibrahim Adamu Yunusa from Federal Polytechnic Nasarawa. Sir, my question is this. I want to know, during your presentation, you made mention of round PFA number. This money of these staffs that you deducted because of the wrong address of where to send the money, where do you keep that money? After process, PFA, is the money spent back to the institutions where they belong to. The ministry in particular. Thank you so much.
Great ASUP. SANIP is pleased to be identified with this process. And it's only good, apart from SANIP, other staff unions within the system. If we are able to replicate this, I think we'll be better off. Then secondly, even within ASUP, don't let it stop at the national level. Let it percolate to in the branches. Because what we are discussing today is good because we are still working. And I want us to listen more to the pensioners among us that are here. We might be thinking we've seen it all and we know all the problems, but it's still better because we are working. They are feeling it. They know the problem better than we do. Then moving forward, PENCON is here. The Act allows us to report employers that fail to remit. My institution, my poly chairman is here. We reported our management over a year ago to PENCON that they remitted 5 years, they deducted, and they were not remitting. It took PENCON 7 months to acknowledge that letter. And over a year till today, PENCON has done nothing. Either to come, investigate, find a way to recover or recoup the money. Then where do we go to? Do we go to industrial court to enforce compliance? Sincerely, we need to do more. Thank you.
Okay, I want to stand on the existing protocol. As the chairman of all the federal protective bosses in Nigeria, I want to appreciate ASUP for organizing this type of forum. It's a good development. Last year, when we were informed that we are assisting the PPIs, it was the grief catch us that how do we go about this? Because as at that time, we didn't have robust platform to pay the salary. But with the support of the directors and the bosses, we had a meeting and quickly start interaction. What we were told was that at the beginning, which was confirmed by the director of our post that we will soon come back to them, that we will not be able to pay the salary. Because the funds was not remitted to individual school account, but was remitted still within the government platform. So if the platform you want to use to pay the salary, you still have a link directly with that business, there will be a problem. Even after that, most of the statutory deductions that were supposed to have their costs to remit those funds were not released to us. It just said, just go and pay, go and pay, go and pay. But we managed the process. We still have some money in the account. By January, they have not the money. Because we don't even know whether we are the one to remit the pension, both the employer and the employee, because there was no directive, there was no platform to pay, there was no code of account to leave the money for the payments. But with the help of Akademia in January, we wrote a letter for an assistance that this is our problem, and which the Academia approved. So we were able to pay all these deductions in January and February 2025. So I want to say so that you know that it's not that there was no problem. There was a problem, but the office of Academia came to our rescue and we were able to make those payments. Now, information even was not fully revealed to us that government contribution to, we are to pay it. There was no
We just have the money in the account. There was no clear-cut directive because they said, it's you people that say you want to go. It's you people that say you want to go. Now you have gone. So go and pay. Go and pay. You have all the money. You don't even know the type of, But at the end of the day, too, we manage, we complain, and they listen to our complaint. And as of today, we are on the same page. So let me tell you, say that no schools, when you want to make any salary now, there's no way you will not pay all those associated doctors. Because even we have already understood the process. So I want to thank the ASUP for standing with us to make sure that we're able to support the agitations that we want to stand alone, we want to, and up to today, we are on our own, even financially, and we have been paying the money. So what we are having as an outstanding are the backlog from when the RPPIS were paying the salaries. That one they cannot, we still have some issues. Not only, we still have National Housing Fund that has not been rebated fully from these periods. But as of today, when we receive money, all the deductions and everything are being paid completely. So I want to thank the ASUP, and when each of the chairmen go back to the administration, we can still discuss with your bosses what are the problems. I'm sure at our level, at the Association of Bosses Organization, at our meeting, we discuss this and we make sure that we carry all our assets along. Thank you very much for this.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bossa. Let me, at this juncture, appreciate the Director of EPIS and his colleague, Hajia Fatima. I'll hand over the mic to the two of them to respond. I beg those whose questions could not be entertained at this moment to put it down, even if we cannot treat it today, we'll forward it to the Director of EPIS at appropriate time. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. President Emeritus Anderson, you requested for part of our team to remain behind. Okay, but I believe that you equally give it to us that a lot is awaiting attention in the office. Please, if you can permit us, if there's any unattended issue, there's always an informal way we can address them, please. Because a lot is actually hanging in the office. Thank you, sir. Then the pension, he said that deductions but not remitted while you are in IPs. Where is the money? But I answered this. I said unremitted funds while you were under IPs. For one reason or the other, we are liable. We are liable to some extent, I must be frank. You know that our processes are scrutinized. Our processes are checked by security agencies and different anti-corruption agencies. In one of the occasions, one of the security agencies noticed substantial funds with us, which we explained belong to unremitted pension. And they made a case that they will keep that portion until it is proved. I don't know. So I want to answer it in two ways. When you were under us, we are liable for all unremitted funds. But when you now specify those particular ones and we are at the verge of giving it to you, if it happens to be part of the portion still with us, we will give you. If it's the part that the security agencies have put a lien on, then we will assist to make a case for you. I don't know whether that answers that. I think it does. Okay. I think that same question was asked by Federal Police in Nasarawa on wrong PIN. It's the same thing I said
for one reason or the other, if we deduct your money during payroll process, but we don't have correct data to remit it, maybe wrong name of PFA or wrong PIN, that money cannot go. The money remains with us. That's what I said. But I added a caveat in answering you. All right? Other questions, I think they belong to, from SANIP, I think those questions belong to PENCOM. And then our friend from Ilaro, I believe that the earlier part of your interjection was to say that they should not contemplate coming back to IPs, that you are doing well. I understand that politics. So what I so well, on a more serious note, I want to commend you for equally appreciating the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation for intervening in releasing some of the government contributions that were mopped up. And that shows you that this issue of pension is first line, is a charge of a deduction. When we say a deduction is statutory, it means that if you don't deduct and remit, you could go to jail. So there are no civil servant who is involved in salary payment that toys with issue of a pension or any national housing fund or any other one. Even your taxes, these are statutory. Somebody asked from either, is it one other person asked where the money, people were saying surplus. Nothing is surplus in this personnel cost budget. There's nothing like surplus because every personnel cost budget is tied to a particular staff. What I said when I was making my presentation was that initially, which was confirmed by the chairman of Bossas of Polytechnic, that initially he is now saying they were not told to remit, that they are the one that will remit and all that. But that is begging the question because some polytechnics did not equally have the same problem. Some polytechnics remitted, understanding that that money belongs to government contribution. So it's not general. Some few polytechnics interpreted it properly. And if you have a surplus money and you don't know what to do, you ask questions, you'll be told what to do. But if you remain quiet and massage the money, you vomit it later, you know. So that is what I can say for that. I think other colleagues may want to intervene. Thank you.
Well, I just want to add to what my director have just said. That after the pull out from the IPs, we should all know that the salary is based on gross, which include all employee, employer, NHIS. Because you are just interested in just the deduction aspect, which is the money that just come to you people. And nobody's talking of the NHIS. But also your salary include that too. And when you have any issue regarding your payment, I think the best thing is to liaise with the bossa, because we have a very good relationship with the bossa mostly, because when they have an issue, they come to us and we're able to sit down and tackle it. Like the issue of after IPs, that was when they left IPs, that was in last year, November. Some of them were money were warehouse based on those that have available balance on their line. In December, when we noticed what is happening, we started warehousing their money for them. Just like Irua just said, the bossa just said. When he requested for his money, he was definitely, the money was released to them, in which enabled them to do their payment and they offset all their liability. Sometimes again, in that particular, some schools utilize their money to take bids. So of course, if you don't have the money, even when you apply, we can't be able to do anything for you. All we do is to tell them they should ask or write to the minister requesting for additional funds to enable them to settle their outstanding liability. So please, I think the union, when you have issue, maybe you should liaise more with your bossa and then we can be able to see how we resolve some of these issues. Thank you.
Please, let's appreciate the directors, EPs, and Director of Funds from Office of the Accountant General. Director of EPs, before you take your leave, let me just give you this message. Sir, the chairman of the occasion would say something to you as you take your leave.
Director and your team, honestly, we want to appreciate you. And also want to join our ex-official to plead and also wish and dream that there will be a day when, if we have such a thing, somebody will have time to stay with us, even from the ministry. We can't keep you from waiting because we know there are other people who have need for you. But we're still pleading. Even if it is the leg of one person that will stay back. You are very critical in this interaction. Very critical. You're filling a space that no other person can fill. So even if it's one leg of a person from your team. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you. I think we should appreciate the director for approving that Hajia Fatima Bakobelo remain with us. Thank you, Hajia, for your patience and for choosing to stay behind. One thing good about EPIS as it relates to ASUP is that when EPIS was introduced, ASUP was forced to join EPIS. Despite all resistance, when ASUP was to leave, ASUP was also forced to leave EPIS. That is the irony of it all. So please, let's put our hands together once more for EPIS. Gentlemen and ladies, let me remind us that we just amended the program of event to accommodate the Director of EPIS and the Director of Funds. And we are going back to take the sequence we have left before. So on the proper order, what we have is a paper to be presented in the next 20 minutes by the President of the Nigerian Pensioners Association, Polytechnic Pensioners Association, our own, Elder Joseph Onyedikachi Benjamin, title Plight of Pensioner from Nigerian Polytechnic System. The mic.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I want to observe the existing protocols because of time. I am Admin J.O. Benjamin. When Anderson, my friend, came to me and brought the invitation addressed to the president of Nigeria Polytechnic Pensioners, he asked me, I think you are the one. I said, involuntarily, I said, yes. Yeah, the little amendment here is that I held that office till November last year. And after our election, another officer known as SAC, Adedokun, took over. I knew what to do when I signed for the letter he gave me. I didn't want to waste his time or to give him labor of locating the current one. He could not go to Kaduna, where he resides. So I quickly took it and sent it via PDF to him, telling him, please, this is a call from you for you to attend this meeting. He said, please, my senior, you have held this office before me. I'm just 11 months. Go and stand in for the association. And that's why I'm here today. I'm the immediate past president of the National Association of Polytechnic Pensioners. So it's a pleasure representing the association, the National Association.
Well, it's just here that I got to know the title proper. I went and wrote a whole book, starting from the history of pensions in the world to the present one. I have given a copy to Anderson. I couldn't proofread this paper. It was 7 p.m. on Monday that I collected it from the computer operator. Because of other duties, I didn't start writing in time. So, if there's any mistake as you go through it, don't worry. The computer operator had just sent me via PDF for this PowerPoint. Unfortunately, my phone has just run down completely. So I will empower it and send it to him so that if you need it, either hard copy or that one, you get it. So, but the area now that concerns my contribution here is the plight of pensioners, really. We were lucky when we heard about this contributory system. I had worked for about 27 years, and I was deputy registrar. I said, no, I don't want to enter into an uncertain affair or scheme. I made haste. By that time, I was 47 years. Under the defined benefit scheme. And in fact, at that time, it was after retiring, before the exact day you will go, you will receive your gratuity with a handshake. No problems at all. So it's really unfortunate when we started heading the union, we started receiving problems, experiences that are gruesome. I am, for now also, having left the national office, I'm the Southeast Zonal Chairman of Polytechnic Pensioners Association. Last time I went to the Abia Poly rector with my team to ask questions concerning what our members at the state level, that's Polytechnic, what is happening? Kept on complaining. For 1 year, they have not earned any kobo on pension. So he explained and explained, only nearly explaining it away. I said, please, something must be done. To the governor of Abia State, and the governor now set up a committee. Now, thank God that the Abia Poly pensioners have started earning their monthly. The experience, because the Association of National Polytechnic Pensioners, it's a denominator that houses all pension schemes, whether states, contributory, or defined benefit scheme. Those are disparate numerators. But the common denominator is that you are a pensioner in the Polytechnic system. Full stop. So those who have joined us in the association are negative, are crying. We have been able to solve a few problems that emanated from the pension fund authorities. But they told us that the problem is from the pension fund custodian, not even the PF. I mean, no sound. I don't know the people from Cartagena said in that my paper, I said the complaints are because of this emanate from pension fund custodians delay in remitting their money to the administrators proper. So it says they invest this money from our investigation. These pension fund custodians invest this money in businesses that will yield them dividends before remitting this money to the BFS that will now dispense it to the beneficiaries. And This is where we are going to address the problem. Why investing this money for a long time in order to get dividends before giving it to the actual owner? Today, one of us, known as Theos, I tell him when he was flying, and I wrote that letter to the school here. The PFA said that it was not the PFA that caused the problem, that it was the PFC. And we wrote again, by God's grace, Theos has started receiving his own pension monthly. So, a brother of mine also retired from Fudo. It's not only Polytechnic system, but other public servants. When he retired for 1 year, 3 months, nothing was done. We gave him an idea. He went to his own chapter's pension association. And then he went and told them, good attend the chairman, the sector chairman, the chapter chairman, but he's a very good person. He helped him. After 1 year, 3 months, before he started earning, he was given his gratuity, and then he started earning his pension. If not that the children were formed a cartel to help him, every month 5 of them will give out 20,000, and 5 of them will contribute 100,000 for the family. The man would have barely, in fact, I don't know. So many have become sick. Some have died while waiting for this very pension, but they work hard. As the ages we are, you can no longer hustle too much. No, but as I am now, what type of hustle? Can I push fire? Or can I see dress very well? I disordered my mental background. I'm a part-time lecturer for the Nigeria. That's the best I can see after retirement. I'm still lecturing at part-time lecturer. And over there, the part-time lectureship fee is not in bed. We are all. This problem that is everywhere should be solved after today's mission. We will go into the areas from the bus side, pension desk officers, the IPs, Accountant General's office, bank from the policy making body on pension. We will review your policy and see where you also have the fault and rectify it so that pensioners will stop suffering. If you go into the history of pension, started when this William I conquered England, and that there was a problem economically, and the best people, it was Providence and some organizations like religious bodies, markers that helped. That origin of pension, it was Charles Boots who now formalized and switched it into government affairs. The people were here earning their pension that time until when it came to Nigeria. Whenever anything comes to Nigeria, and it should not continue. We are confused. That is the saying in my place, my own language. That is what is happening to us at time. Come from us when we are in service. Most of us here who were in service handling some of this issue. You didn't believe you come to be a patient. And you will not treat pensioners very well. Pensioners in the world, go to Britain, one of my lecturers when I was in the master's degree, Professor Wachitu, he said one day, we are talking outside the lecture room. He said, one day when he went to prepare, he boarded a bus. And there was a very old man standing. 2 young men came to him. Please, are you a senior citizen? He said, yes, I am. 2 of them left their seats and were driving him, please come and sit, come and sit. You see the type of regard that senior citizens have in the developed countries. In Nigeria, I pray to God that the human beings we have in the form of human beings should change from their can be solved. If we decide it here and other people join, we use diplomatic this very formation in charge of pension in Nigeria, so that the contributory pensioners will have the same feeling we in the defined benefit scheme have. I have earned my September pension. It's no more a case as a member of the defined benefit scheme. So it should be the same for the contributory pensioners. From the time you retire till the time also God tells you come back home, you should not suffer, because you have suffered already while in the service. You use your youth to really work for government. It is the duty of that government to now look after you when you must have retired. Let us stop crying. The crying will end, because there is a solution to every problem. Any problem that has no solution, then it's only God that can handle it. But we can handle it first, starting from here, so that God will do what man can no longer do. Please, IPs, OAG, and the PENCOM, PFAs, I don't know whether they are here. The PFAs should come and explain their own role. And even more importantly, the pension fund custodians, they should have been here to state why the pensioners suffer. I don't want to go further than that. If you want my paper, you can get it. God bless you.
Please, let's put our hands together for the elder statesman for the well-presented presentation. Thank you, sir. May I at this juncture invite the Director General, PENCOM, for the presentation by PENCOM. But I want to beg that even after the presentation, PENCOM is PENCOM. So kindly stay behind, because we have many questions to ask so that you'll be able to put things in right perspective. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. PENCOM don't mind to stay here till 7 o'clock in the night. We are here. Mr. Chairman, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if by the permission of Mr. Chairman, I can walk around. By my nature, I am a Fulani man. And by being a Fulani, I'm nomadic. So this is not for me. No, I'm here, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much. We have been invited. We've given a topic. We've prepared a presentation that will take about, well, they said we speak for 30 minutes, but the presentation paper we had, I'm sure it will be difficult to fix it within 30 minutes. But having listened, I now want to find out, is it really relevant that we should present this paper, or I just touch on the key things that have been discussed, and then if there are more interactive sessions that we can discuss, perhaps it may be more effective. But our paper is here. I don't know where is Chinedu. We've sent that paper ahead before we arrived. It's a slide presentation, but if you, okay. So some of the issues, even to start with the chairman, he raised the issue about the states, you know, by the constitution. And I was happy when he mentioned about the exclusive list. I said, this is somebody that is knowledgeable, is aware. The pension is on concurrent list, unfortunately. So that means the legislation of federal cannot cover for state. It is not enough. The states are at liberty under section 210 of the constitution to enact their own law. So highest what National Pension Commission can do, or any federal a federal agency in that regard in terms of pension, is moral suasion. Yes, the person from the state, we have a state operations department, we engage the states, but you can't enforce. Highest is moral suasion. So some of the things that were raised here, and even from the letter, I could see issues about deduction, remittance of pension contribution. And I want to explain on broad terms so that then during the interactive session, we can delve in more. Number one, Mr. Cameraman, you have a very hard time taking me. You see, we have three broad categories, especially for tertiary institutions. Number one, from the inception of the scheme, July 2004, isn't it? Contribution started. So from July 2004 up to the point or last salary before migration to IPPIS, that remittance was supervised by the National Pension Commission. And that is actually not the work of National Pension Commission, because indeed the National Pension Commission ought to be a regulator, but was saddled with the responsibility at the beginning of the scheme so that the scheme can take off. So we're actually doing operational instead of being regulatory. So that responsibility has been saddled to PENCOM up till now is going on, but we are hopeful that it's transitional. So any issue, non-remittance, under-remittance, issue of contribution between 1st of July 2004, or for anybody that is in employment after 1st of July 2004, up to the last salary before migration to IPPIs, is under the purview of supervision of PENCOM. How contributions are done, it is warehoused in a contributory pension account by the Accountant General. That contributory pension account is in the Central Bank of Nigeria. A total of that contribution is warehoused on a monthly basis in the contributory pension account. And the National Pension Commission works with each ministries, department, and agencies through their information that they receive to instruct CBN to remit to their pension fund administrator. I am sure you are aware that every MDA is required to have a pension desk officer. Their chairman is here. We've been working closely for a long time. He can attest to that. The pension desk officer is supposed to submit a nominal roll when we were doing nominal roll for those that were on before IPPIs. Nominal roll 1st of January or maybe January 20 in a year, and then July, twice a year. Because PENCOM is not the employer. PENCOM don't have the information of those remittances. Using that nominal roll, PENCOM now would deduct from that contributory pension account and instruct the CBN to deduct and credit the PFS. So that's one part. Any problem I said on that is under PENCOM purview. And easily to solve that problem, if you have not seen your contribution and you check the period is under before you migrated to IPPIs, simply meet your desk officer in your institution to submit your details to the National Pension Commission through a nominal roll format, and the National Pension Commission will process that. That's one part. The second part is migration to IPPIs. The moment an MDA migrates to IPPIs, and in the case of tertiary institution, most, I think, migrated from 1st of February 2020, isn't it? Move to IPPIs. PENCOM ceases to remit or supervise the remittance of that MDA. And that MDA is the sole responsibility, just like the director IPPIs explained, on the IPPIs. In fact, even if you come to PENCOM, PENCOM can liaise for you, but PENCOM will tell you liaise because also there should be a liaison officer in each MDA with IPPIs. So that period from migration to IPPIs up to 31st of October 2024, isn't it? You are on IPPIs. So any issue of I have not seen my contribution or I have under remittance, that should be solved through the office of IPPIs in the office of Accountant General. Second or third category, which is now at the doorstep or closer to home, which is the MDAs. From 1st of November 2024, or from November 2024, all tertiary institutions have moved out of the IPPIs platform and are doing the remittance themselves. So now if you have an issue of remittance between that period to date, that is closer to home. Just like it was pointed out by Hajia that the bosses, if you can meet with the bosses, I'm sure. We had the privilege of a bosser that came for bosses meeting, I think from Cape B or so. He came to PENCOM shortly when that policy took off and told us that there are a lot of funds that they have and they know it's for contributions, and some of the VCs are telling them to utilize that fund as if it's their RGR, whereas it is people's pension contribution. And he said he's scared. They want to start remitting. So these three categories, anywhere you want to solve remittance, under remittance, non-remittance, you've not seen your contribution and or your colleague's contribution is more than first part, July or first of date of first appointment to before migration of IPPIs PENCOM. And that can be done through the nominal roll submission. Second part is IPPIs, and then for tertiary institution from November to date. So that's for that part. Then let's talk about accrued rights, because that's also an important part, because I hear the chairman and I hear a lot of people that 1 year people have not been paid. Indeed, through 1 year people have not been paid, but that was before. Up to November last year, in fact, as at November, before the releases came, as at November last year, 2024, there was a backlog from March 2023. I know that date because my uncle, a police officer, Deputy Commissioner of Police, retired March 2023. I don't even know what to even tell him because he has called me severally and I know he will have locked me up if he had the... Because he retired and he's thinking somebody is in PENCOM, his own son is in PENCOM and could not pay him. Why? Okay, we have what we call accrued pension rights. This scheme commenced 1st of July 2004, isn't it? We were all working, federal government came, enacted a law and said, okay, from 1st of July is contributions. What happens to my service from date of first appointment for some of us that are in service, from date of first appointment up to that 30th of June before the 1st July? The law also provides for that. In our presentation is explicitly explaining that. That is what we call accrued pension right, and it's for the service rendered prior to the commencement of the act. Because at 30th of June 2004, when the federal government cut over to the contributory pension scheme, every public or federal public employee as at that date that was in employment of federal government was deemed to have retired. He was deemed to have retired under the defined benefit scheme. And then contributions, deductions started from his salary from 1st of July onwards, up to date of retirement. So what did the law provide? The law in Section 39 of the Pension Reform Act mandates the federal government to establish a redemption fund account with the CBN and to set aside 5% of his monthly wage bill into that redemption fund account to meet these liabilities of its employees that were working and were transited to the contributory pension scheme. Remember, anybody that had less than 3 years to retire was asked to go with the old scheme. Anybody that had more than 3 years was to retire under the contributory pension scheme at the beginning of the scheme. So for those that were to retire with one leg in the defined benefit scheme, they still have a portion of service. Some of us started working 1980, 85, 2000. Then 2004, federal government started contributions. So for date of first appointment, if my date of first appointment is 1995, 1990, up to 30th of June, federal government said that they should open a redemption fund account and be setting aside 5% of his monthly wage bill into the redemption fund account to meet the liability as I'm retiring. What happened? Okay. 1st July 2004, federal government started setting aside 5% of his monthly wage bill into the redemption fund account. For the first 3 years of the scheme, because it says anybody that had more than 3 years to retire is the one in the scheme, nobody was retiring. Federal government was setting aside 5% of his monthly wage bill into the retirement benefit board redemption fund with CBN. As at the first set of retirees that were exiting the scheme, 1st of July 2007, there was sufficient fund in that redemption fund account with the CBN that if 2 years ahead retirees were to stand and say we want our accrued rights, the federal government will have foot the bill up to April 2009. That was sufficient fund. And then everybody that was retiring from the beginning of the scheme was being paid. No delays. From 1st of July 2007, from the first set of retirees. For the first 10 years of the scheme, no much issue. What happened? What happened that I told you last year we had 21 months arrears? Okay, let me give you a story. We know in 2010 there was a policy of government, 2010 or to December 2009, that says everybody or anybody that is on directorate cadre or a permanent secretary that have served for I think 8 years should go. The redemption fund account was for planned retirement. The exit, the impact of the exit of the top echelon. Mr. Chairman, sir, you know the big people have the bigger money. When those people were abruptly retired, there was no provision. They faced the redemption fund account and the buffer that was built depleted. It became most of the 3-year buffer that was built when people were not retiring, depleted. I'm giving us history so that we understand. I'll get to the point of that delay. So that was in 2009-2010. The problem did not even surface. Why? Because the federal government was still committed and sending 5% of its paying into that redemption fund account in line with the law. Then around 2020 or thereabout, budget cuts started and then irregular funding of that redemption fund accounts started. And from then on, I think from even before 2010, from then on, for about first 10 years of the scheme, no problem. Subsequent years, people will retire, will line up and be waiting for federal government to bring that portion of the old scheme into their retirement savings account. And the law provides that you must consolidate the retirement savings account with both the accrued rights, for those that have accrued rights, the contributions, before people will retire and lined up and are waiting. And up to the lowest point that I said in November last year, up to 21 months. There were a lot of interventions from time to time with previous administration current that will inject money, but because the liability has been built, the problem has been there. What was the major problem? The funding of accrued rights with the 5% that was being done first 10 years was no longer being done subsequently. And that was why it created a problem. Because even with the retirement of the directors, yes, it removed the buffer, but because that what the law provided was still going on, it was sufficient, it was paying people as and when due. However, when the irregular releases started, then people will line up and there's no funds in the redemption fund account. Thankfully, based on stakeholder engagement, some of the people you see here from Accountant General that we have worked closely with, that we dove our heart for them because of the efforts that they have made. Especially last year, a committee was set up, and then up to that committee's report went up to FEC. And some of the structural funding problem was resolved. What was that? That the funding of that accrued right should go back to the monthly releases, along with general warrant of salaries when you are paid salaries. From 1st January this year, every month, Accountant General of the Federation, Hajia Fatima is here, every month, unfailingly, up to the month of September, we have been receiving what was budgeted on a monthly basis. And I stand today and tell you, from July retirees of 2025, we have started paying as and when due. So, Mr. Chairman, retirees of the CPS now, we have paid October last week. We have released their accrued rights, their contributions, everything into their retirement savings account. Now, you might see a retiree that has retired maybe even before that October or last year, and will tell you, I've not been paid. And I'll tell you, yes. Chairman PDO will attest to me that there are retirees sometimes that will not go and do the right thing, or people that are working. While we are working, we will not either go and recapture our retirement savings account, because every worker now, while you are in service, you are supposed to link, just like the banks and the telecommunications, you are supposed to link your records with the pension industry and that of NIMSI, because that's the directive of the federal government. From January 2019, all data generating agencies have been mandated by the federal government to harmonize with NIMSI. So from 2019, July, Commission deployed an application that unless you are on that application, that means it means you have not harmonized, you have not provided your pension fund administrator with your NIN. Some will not do till they retire, and you cannot access your benefits without doing that. So that's a point of delay. Secondly, for treasury-funded ministries, department, and agency, one of the requirements to pay your accrued rights is for you to enroll on the online platform of PEMCOM. Before you even go approach that online platform, you must have done your data recapture, harmonize your NIMSI, and if you come there, we ask every year, last quarter of a year, we ask the people retiring the following year to come and enroll. For instance, in 2021, we asked those that are retiring in 2022 to enroll 21st of September to 31st December. It doesn't matter even if you are retiring 31st of December 2022. We said, go and enroll so that we can prepare and release your accrued rights. I saw a woman that came to PEMCOM to come and bang table and complain to us. I collected her enrollment slip. She retired February 2014. I checked the registration date, because every time a retiree comes with an enrollment slip in PEMCOM and wants to shout, we'll first of all check the date of retirement and check the registration date. For that particular lady, she enrolled in February 2024, 10 years after. I just asked her, I said, Mommy, the money that you were eating has finished, Abby? and you have remembered to come and enroll. So sometimes delay in enrollment, or a number of times delay in enrollment. The funds are there for accrued rights now, but you find that people sometimes will not enroll on time. Secondly, sometimes incomplete documentation. I agree there might be some other issues that even with its PENCOM and other service failures that we can address. But generally, this is where the problem. So the problem that used to be non-releases of funding has been solved, but you could still see somebody that has not been paid, perhaps because he has not gone to enroll. There are people of 2025 now that have not enrolled, and the date that PENCOM advertised for enrollment was 7th of October 2024 to 31st December 2024. Chairman, you were there when we advertised that. So sometimes these are some of the problems. But by January 2025, we will have gone to the application for all those that have enrolled between the time we said they should enroll. We will spool out those records and move forward for payment with their processes, validate those this thing and get management's approval and release their monies. For anybody that delayed and did not come to the portal by the time we are spooling out records after the deadline, it's not that he is forfeiting his benefits. It's not that we will not treat it, but he has not followed our schedule, so he will now have to wait and come as a supplementary. And hence that person will come back and tell you, I have retired in 2022. PENCOM has not paid me in 2025. But if you look deeper, you'll see there's problem in the story. So basically, these are some of the issues. Maybe let me not take too much time. Then just to announce that last year, based on that stakeholders engagement that reached up to FEC, part of the approval that Federal Executive Council made was also that the federal government should issue a 758 billion bond. On the 4th of February, FEC approved that. It has gone to National Assembly. The National Assembly has approved that issuance of that borrowing, and has even gone to Ministry of Finance and Debt Management Office, and they are in the process of raising those funds. What are those funds for? 5 things. Number one, the accrued pension rights, the liabilities, is part of for that money. Number two, pension increases for pensioners that have retired earlier. There are 5 pension increases that have been implemented, approved by government, implemented under the defined benefit scheme. To date, has not been implemented. PENCOM has been submitting budgetary requests from 2012 for those pension increases that were available then, and subsequent ones. 2017, PENCOM has been having even budgetary provision. Releases have not been made for those years. But half of that 758 billion that is coming is pension increases. What are those pension increases? There's a 1st January, 15% of 1st January 2007. Any retiree that has retired effective before 1st of January would have that pension increases. So there will be an injection into his retirement savings account. There's a 1st July 2010. Based on the salary increase of 53%, there's a 33%. There's 2019 consequential adjustment due to 30,000 minimum wage. There's a 2024 20/28% that the president has awarded pension increase, the salary increase, which salaries and wages are also issued for a circular for pension. And lastly, there is the 32,000 award based on the consequential adjustment of 70,000 minimum wage. 5 pension increases. We are on the verge of releasing, once we receive that money into the CBN accounts that are designated for these funds, we're on the verge of releasing an over 200,000 pensioners on the contributory pension scheme, whether on annuity or program withdrawal, that have been that are entitled to accrue rights, will have these funds into their RSA. That means their pension will increase. It will significantly address issues of low pension in the contributory pension scheme. Indeed, that has been some of the issues. Welcome, Penop. So these are some of the things, and that's second thing, the pension increases, 5 pension increases for whoever that is qualified for whichever. The third item is shortfall in the professors. That also, to based on Universities Miscellaneous Provisions Amendment Act 2012, professors are to retire with their full salary. Funding has not been coming, but finally, funding has started coming from budget, and now part of the bond is also coming for shortfall of professors. Indeed, we have even started implementing. We have also processed some of the professors that have been submitted because there's an eligibility criteria in that regard. So it's also part of the things that is coming. Fourth and final fourth before the fifth is the Pension Protection Fund. The Pension Reform Act provided that there should be a minimum pension guarantee for anybody that have contributed for a certain number of years, that PFAs must pay a minimum pension to that person. And there are some RSAs of lower people that don't have much money, that have taken some lump sum, that have depleted based on that pension protection fund or based on the minimum pension guarantee. They are still being paid the same pension by PFS. The pension protection fund, by law, federal government ought to be remitting 1% of its monthly wage bill. PFAs and PFCs are to contribute 3% of their management fees and PEMCOM 3% of its own regulatory fees. Since 2016 or 17, PEMCOM, PFA, PFCs have been contributing. Federal government has just started in 2025. And then also part of that, there's something coming from the bond. So these are some of the things. And then there's a 2.5% shortfall. The Pension Reform Act in 2014 raised, the act was repealed from 2004 in 2014, 1st July. So it raised the rate of contribution from 7.5 employer-employee, for the employer to 10%, for the employee to 8%. The 2.5 increase from the employer portion, the federal government did not start implementing. The federal government did not start implementing that for a long time. It started implementing in January 2022. So you have from July 2014 to December 2021. The former administration or the previous administration released or approved about some billions, 79 billion or thereabout, and that money was sufficient to pay the retirees as at that time their 2.5 shortfall from July 2004 to December 2021. So the retirees as at that time were given their 2.5 shortfall. For the active employees, you and I, the ones that are under treasury funded, the money was only sufficient to pay from July 2014 up to 31st of March 2017. So government is still owing you and some of us that are under treasury funded from 1st of April or from April 2017 to 31st of December 2021. That also is part of the 758 billion that is coming. And once it is here, 2.5 shortfall for that number of months, about 90 months if you calculate, would also come to the retirement savings account. So perhaps maybe I stop here and then we discuss during the this interactive portion. Thank you.
Great answer. Please let's put our hands together to this gentleman. He has done well, isn't it? While he was speaking, it's not I realized that I'm a retiree. So I've retired since 2004, I didn't know. So thank you very much for this wonderful presentation. While he was talking, the CEO MD of PENOP, Antonia Ifeanyi Okoro, came in. So please let's put our hands together for her, please. Let's appreciate him. I think we'll do it by interrogating this topic further. I've done that. Mrs. Antonia, you're welcome now. I've announced you. So we waited for you from 1 o'clock because you came in by 2. You are still welcome now. Please, do you have question for income? No question? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's okay. It's okay. 1. Yeah, pension operators, I know. Antonia Ifeanyi Okoro. Thank you. Number 1, please. Okay, but Baba wants to. Yes.
Thank you. Just like you and the last speaker too, I am also a pensioner, like you and that one. What he said is what baffled me. The president of senior staff pensioners from Menikidi. If you blame the government that the money was being delayed, what now the lady in your own part-time allowance again? He said you thought at Nikede, but I claim to was not paid. However, I thought it would have been more open to us because they are going to hear full information from those who have records. How much were you paid when you retired? Yes. I'm asking you more, those questions more. All right. How much were you paid when you started under DBS? How much monthly are you now collecting now? And those now who are under CPS now can compare and see which one is better, the DBS or CPS. The PENCOM officer spoke so well, so detailed. I hope that information will pass through those who are still working now. Some things were left out for people retired. You are right, from May, pension is being paid regularly. I spent 15 months, not one naira being paid. 15 good months before I got my pension. Thank God now, within just, somebody retired in Arrow, just last month. Yes, last month, September. And by October 2nd, he got his money. Also, too, somebody got his money after 15 months too, on a Friday, and died on Monday. I worked for 36 years, 6 months. Someone worked 40 years too, I said, got his money on Friday and died on Monday. Where was all the efforts he put in to work? When we hear those figures, those who are here now, we get prepared. There is no other work after retirement. Old age will be there. Your muscles will be weakened. Which job will you do again? Farming, sewing, carpentry, business? Which business? How much do you collect? Nobody can buy a new car with the pension. Quote me today. Nobody can buy a new car. Even work 60 years with the pension. There's still a problem in that scheme. And when we get there, I will advise you more what you should do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate you. Elder Benjamin, he asked just one question. How much were you paid and how much are you being paid now? So that we can compare and see which of the two is better than the other.
Come on.
Yes. It was programmed based on total emolument. The minimum period of service to qualify for gratuity was 5 years to 9 years. And you collect 100% of your total emoluments at the time of retiring. Then, subsequently, from 10 years, you qualify additionally for pension of 30% of your total emoluments, up to 35 years of service. The maximum for gratuity is 300% of your total emoluments, while 80% will be for pension. At the time that the DBS operated, money has some value. And you can believe me with me today that 1,000 naira in 2000 and up to 2007, June, when the DBS stopped, is worth more than 15,000 today or more. So the value of money is what matters. Whatever you are earning now will be rated at the value of the cost of living. What the cost of living is today. The bag of cement before, even about 10 years ago, was about 1,000 something. Today, to buy a bag of cement is 10,500. So you can see that that money, whatever you are earning, it doesn't matter too much. But what matters is the value of it based on the cost of living operating at the moment. So that is it. Thank you very much.
You know, it's difficult for one to tell you what he earned and what he's earning. So time, he said time value of money is the determining factor. So thank you very much. Sir, before we continue, I want to invite the president of ASUP to just give us 1 or 2 words, then we'll continue with the question. Mr. Sharma. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, my colleagues on the high table, the organizers of this program, the presenters who have stated a lot regarding income. I want to appreciate you people. I actually want to appreciate ASUP, the national body, who came up with this beautiful program. I want to say thank you for coming up with this program. I'm actually not strong. I'm on drugs, but I said I must embrace this program because of its importance. And I've actually gained a lot. What actually I want to say here, a lot of the presentations made here actually concur with the last the concluding part of our position paper reads that today's active workers is tomorrow's retirees. But the silence of today will be the suffering of tomorrow. NATSUP is ready to partner with ASUP, not only on this program, but in subsequent programs that actually cover the polytechnic sector. ASUP and all progressive forces to demand justice, transparency, and dignity for every Nigerian worker, both in service and in retirement. We thank the leadership of ASUP for this initiative and pledge our continued partnership in the struggle for justice, fair and sustainable pension system. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I will appreciate you for your kind words to ASUP, and we pray that ASUP and NASUP will continue to partner for the progress of the sector. Number one, somebody was. NASU. Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The people on the high table, let me stand on the existing protocols. I'm here to represent the General Secretary of NASU, who could not be present here because of his tight schedule. And I want to put my goodwill notice forward to ASUP. This program is very laudable. It's surprising that they brought up this kind of program among every other union. It looks like every other union are sleeping, but I want to encourage them and appreciate their effort to raise up this matter of pension. This meeting and invitation of other unions to this meeting is just an eye-opener to what is happening about the pension scheme, which we all know since the inception of this pension, it has been a problem. There is time to time, if you are not talking to PENCOM, you are talking to pension funds administrators. When the program started, you have some of these pension fund administrators coming, having seminars in schools, trying to educate people, but I don't think it's like they are now in custody of the funds, and they felt there is no need to get to the people again. Because if they have been coming and educating people, probably we might be better educated today before we come to this meeting. So I want to appreciate ASUP, and I want to say that NASU will always be ready to partner in any program that is for the welfare of workers in the Polytechnic. Then the other addition I want to put forward is that I want to address it possibly to the unions and to PENCOM. When we started the IPPIS, in schools, we have what we call IPPIS desk officers. These are staff of the Polytechnic, but they are assigned with the duty of probably unions, staff coming to that desk to inquire on the issues where they are having problem. The people are being paid by the institution.
Only that in one or two occasions, you may have need for IPPIS to educate those officers, or they have access to IPPIS to get information they will relay to the workers. I'm still of the opinion that if the unions and PENCOM can work together and have a formidable PENCOM debt offices in virtually all the institutions, let them be the paid staff of those institutions, and PENCOM will have the duty, not only having, even if you have them already existing, you will have the duty of, from time to time, educating them on these issues you raised about PENCOM and the reasons why some people will get their money before others, like our elder statesman have said. Some of these delays are being caused because some people don't know what to do in time. And you will see somebody that will retire after them doing the right thing before them. And it looks like they are not working in the same place. It looks like they are not educated. So if we can have a desk officer that will always get this information from your office, let your office handle giving them workshop. If there is any development, you call workshops, tell them, so that they can tell the people. Because this pension thing, since it's evolved, from year to year, you have some politics you bring in. And sometimes when you bring them in, nobody will hand it down to the workers. If we have such relationship where people, both workers, unions can walk in, they don't need to go to PENCOM. They can walk into a particular office in their institution and get an update. That will help us to minimize the pressure you also have in PENCOM office. Thank you. I wish you good luck during the questions. Thank you.
Please, let's appreciate him, Mr. Amalu Emmanuel. Thank you very much. It's like we are starting to, some of us are getting hungry. Then we'll go for a break, for lunch. Okay, number one.
One question.
No, she has not spoken.
Thank you. Please, standing on the existing protocol, mine is like an appeal. In my institution, Enugu State Polytechnic, we don't have pension. The school started in July 2010, and to date, our workers, they retire without any form of a pension. Please, what do we do? How do you help us? It's affecting us. Every day we sleep and wake up to know that we are not pensionable. Please, if there's any way, you people can help us to be a member of PENCOM, because they continue sending me emails. But because when we started initially, they were deducting money from us, but they were not limiting the money to any part. They left it in school accounts. So the ASUP members then fought it and said that since they are not limiting it to PENCOM, that they should give us our money back. So that's the situation we are at today. Please, if there's any way, please. This is I didn't prepare to come for this workshop because of the conditions at home. But because of the workshop, I said I will come. I can sacrifice anything for my workers, for my comrades to be here to see if there's any way you people can help us. The PENCOM man, if there's something we have to do to be assimilated, I will be happy. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. You know they say you hit the iron when it is hot. So please, I'm coming, sir. Just give us 1 minute, please. I want to invite. You see, the paper is in two sections. So Oga gave us one section. So the next man wants to give us the second section so that he will answer her question. Thank you, sir.
Hello. Thank you. Good evening, all. Flowing from what my colleague has just discussed the other time, I just want to give a brief summary of what we have in the other section of the presentation. But however, before I start, my name is Alonso Shitu. I work with the National Pension Commission. You see, this issue of pension, I want to give us a little understanding of what it's all about. You see, we should take this issue of pension from the first day we enter into system service. Our RSA balances is just like our account balance. At any point in time, when you see a debit alert in your account, what do?
You go to the bank immediately. You go and ask questions. Where is this debit coming from? What is it for? You ask. So I want us to also have that, to imbibe that activities, that whenever you see any movement or anything in your RSA balance, please make it a point of asking your PFAs. Let them explain to you that is what they are there for. They are there to serve you. And secondly, what I want to hear is that our RSA balances should not be at point of retirement that you now have to be looking at what is it there. Because some of us is that when you have like 2 years or 3 years to retirement, that's when you now be going through your RSA balances. What is this? Something is missing here. No, as at that point in time, we have already lost a lot of things behind. Because this your RSA balances is not only what you make your contributions. There is also return on investment there, which if you sit down very well and look at it, you find that the return on investments form at least 30 to 40% of your RSA balances. If you sit down very well and look at it. So whenever you are not seeing something wrong with your RSA balances, if you take it up for yourself personally. So what I'm saying here is that your RSA, your retirement, start with you first before you can put any blame on any other organization or your MDA. In the presentation too, I will also talk about a little bit about how you assess your benefit. And we say, so I heard somebody saying the other time that you can assess your RSA balance and before 50 and continue, or you can also assess 25%. No, if you don't have any need for you to assess your RSA balance, you don't. Because your RSA balance is a factor of what you get at retirement. Some of us now, I know it is in act, it's in the rule that you can accept 25% of RSA balance for equity contribution. Most of contributors have assets. And if you are assessing that one, you will know that whatever you are taking out of that of RSA balance now will have impact at your retirement. You can't compare what somebody who has not assessed that, what he or she will get at retirement with you that have assessed a 25%. If you don't have need for it, you don't have. But if there is a genuine reason why you should assess this RSA balance for equity contribution, and you know genuinely that we are using that fund for equity contribution, you do. But what is applicable and what most of people does is that they just assess this money thinking it's a free money, they go and use it for another thing entirely. And at retirement, you hear complaint, I have retired, no house. And it's because of this complaint that we receive as a commission that in the course of reviewing the act in 2014, that you put the issue of assessing the 25% as equity so that you can use it for your housing need. So if there's no need for you to do that, please, you don't. And basically, assessing how you assess your retirement benefit at retirement too is of two methods. It's your personal decision on how whichever method you want to use to assess your benefits. You can use program withdrawal, you can use annuity. But you have to be enlightened very well on what are the features, what are the characteristics of this type of retirement benefit I want to go into. You ask questions very well. If you don't understand questions, if you don't understand anything, the commission is there for you to come up with. We'll give you all necessary explanation because you might say, if I go to program withdrawal, they might not give me the kind of explanation I need, or if I go to annuity, they might not. But the commission is open for such kind of engagement. Thank you.
Please, let's appreciate him. Don't go, sir, please. My former president wants to ask you a question. Just stand here.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your time, and thank you for the assurances that you are going to be here with us until we are done. You know, we are the professional in this field, so we just want to make things as simple and as straightforward as possible. And being the professional, you know, it's very easy to pass the buck, to say, it is because this man has not registered, did not register early, or all of that kind of stories. You know, the pensioners, our colleagues who have retired, they are not all here to say, no, it's not true. I registered on time, and this is my experience. I want to ask very straightforward now. The first question is, assuming
a fresh retiree, someone that is retiring, that is leaving the system, has fulfilled all righteousness, done everything that he's supposed to do, done the registration at the appropriate time, right? All the documentations, everything is in order. Are you saying that if the person retires now, within the next 1 month, he starts earning, getting his due or assessing his benefits?
Yes. Categorically, yes.
That's a category.
Yes. You heard what my other my colleagues.
Yes, I needed our people
very well
here. So please, rapporteurs, please take note. Then secondly, coming from the regulatory point of view, now, the have you been in the habit, or do you have a history of penalizing pensions fund custodians, like the chairman of has talked about challenges at that level, as well as pension fund administrators? Welcome, madam. Yeah. So, do you have a history of penalizing defaulters? Because that's part of regulation. Do you have okay, let me put it better. Do you have a history of defaulting PFCs and PFAs? And how have you been able to address this? Because regulation is everything.
Yes.
That's why we said you people are at the center of all this. Regulation is everything. If the Pensions Reforms Act is designed to make life easier for retirees, you will agree with me that the purpose for the act, both the originating law and then the reform, the reviewed one, would have been lost, or is already being lost, if those that it is meant to protect are suffering the way they are currently suffering. So do you have that history? Have you been applying your regulatory responsibilities to make these organizations sit up?
Very well. You see, as a regulator, the Act gives us that power for us to supervise and monitor the activities of the stakeholders, which are among the licensed pension fund administrators and the custodians. From time to time, we come up with regulations and guidelines on how their activities are to be carried out. So they are aware very well that in as much as they don't follow those our legal rules and regulations, they will be sanctioned. And I cannot stay here and give you how many or in quantums of sanctions that we are giving. But I think Madam here can testify that they have been receiving sanction. Very well, they have been receiving sanction. And you see, sanction is not meant for the purpose of just sanctioning them and getting a fine. No, sanction is meant for them to also sit up and also do things in the right way, which at any point in time when this comes up, they appreciate it. And as part of what we also do is that we also do what we call examination on a yearly basis. We sit down the way we are like this to look at their books from from the 1st January of every year to the end of that particular year in the following year. So we see all what they do, whichever infractions that we find out that they are not doing in line with legal rules and regulations, they were given as sanctions appropriately.
Thank you, but the national president of SANIP asked a very important question. He said there was issue of this, the complaint to PENCOM. For 7 months, they were not acknowledged. After 7 months, they were acknowledged. Then up to this moment, nothing has been done about their school. So I wouldn't know which school it is. Maybe when I get him later, I'll ask him. Please, next question, please. Mashur Abiola, Polytechnic. Mashur Abiola. So I want you to gather the whole questions. Engineer Stanley.
Number 2.
Okay, please.
Thank you very much. Yeah. When the director from Office of Accountant General was speaking the other time, he mentioned that the PENCOM office already accredited about 8 solution providers. You didn't mention anything about how we can utilize those platforms. Please do that. And secondly, in Pension Act, there's a particular section of it that talk about life assurance. But it has been discovered that a lot of polytechnics and monothechnics never implement that aspect of Pension Act. And the major excuses we are hearing is that they do not have enough fund to pay premium to insurance companies. So my question is, this premium, whose responsibility is it? Are they supposed to put it in the budget? If yes, when should the federal government release such fund to them, since it has to be paid once in a year? If federal government is not responsible for it, where do we expect this institution to get fund for this premium on a yearly basis? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Engineer Stanley. You've asked question, madam. No, he will answer. Don't worry, he will answer. No. Yeah, he has documented it. He will answer.
Thank you very much. Medical Stanley is my name, from Federal Polytechnic. You can see I'm having my phone with me. I'm trying to confirm something because before now, I do receive monthly deductions, and I think the meter in my phone as alerts or whatever. No, the last one I got here was in January. He just trying to tell me my new statement of account. My PFE is a leadway pension. So we have tried to see what was going on, what has been happening. We confirmed that there have not been remittances. And like I asked before, this is trying to cause problem in my school because many of my colleagues have been coming around asking me they will do this, they will do that. And going back before now, some of their colleagues have affected their 25% contribution. Some use it to buy portfolio to help themselves. Some use to open a business to be assisting with this harsh economic situation and all that. And it got to the point that they cannot afford to help this thing we are receiving as salary. So this thing is costing a lot of people. I know why I'm asking this question. Now, this PFCs, that's the pension fund custodians. And there's not administrators, custodians, they deduct and they remit. What is the pension office doing to order to make them live up to the expectation? Because by the time we add it to our warning strike bulletin now, the federal government will wake up and now begin to call them. Now you can see that the thing is building up in almost over 10 schools now. The PFC will deduct, will not remit. The 25%, some people have assessed it for over 2-3 years. But in my school, I have not gotten any remittance alert. It's been too late to date.
Engineer, thank you.
So what I want to ask is that, please, what is pension office doing to call these PFCs to order and to ensure that these rumors and complaints is down so that it will not cause us another strike bulletin?
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. What's up, Usman Gassina? Yes.
Good afternoon, invited guests and distinguished comrades here present. I have some few questions here. My first question is, does the PENCOM as a regulatory body also regulate the state-owned schemes? That is one. Then secondly, during your presentation, that is the first speaker for the PENCOM, you made mention of 3 categories when the pension contribution was going to PENCOM, when it was migrated to IPs, and now to the institutions. So if you have a problem during this first stage you go there to rectify it during the second stage and third stage. But I believe during all these processes or transformations, IPENCOM is still PENCOM. So it's your duty to ensure that there is no problem migrating from this stage to this stage. Not now you'll be telling us that if I have problem, I have to go to IPs to rectify it. So talking on that, I want to ask, does Office of the Auditor General have any stake in looking into the happenings of the pension, just like we brought in the Office of the Accountant General to ensure that the contributions are being forwarded? Because I believe if the Office of the Auditor General is part of the system, I don't think they will allow these migrations. So that is one. Then lastly,
hello, please. Let's moderate this question, please. There's no time, please. We should not, if somebody has asked the same question, don't repeat it again, because I can see repetition of the same question.
Okay, the questions I'm asking.
Yeah, it has been asked. Okay, please, you can.
Okay, then finally, can a contributor, that is me, while in service, can I take part of my contributions? Thank you,
sir. Thank you. Please, if you don't have anything, question different from what they have, please. You just want to talk.
Okay, sir. Yeah, thank you, sir. I think I'm happy with everything here, because I still repeat that I'm from a state institution, and it has just been made very clear to me that PENCOM is on the concurrent list. And then for states that are obliging and there is crisis, I'm saying this because we're already in dispute in my state. And then I'm beginning to ask the presenter who made very good presentation. I'm asking, since there is a disconnect or you are not interacting with the state pension commissions, and you have made good presentation here, except those in the federal can now say good or bad. But for we states, we are having a very big problem. Those of us that our states have already enrolled. And the problem is, the law states very clearly how it should be done. And we have gone through the law to discover that the law has been violated hugely. So at what stage, or what should these states put together before they can go in? And then for the states that have gone in with these huge irregularities, what can they do?
Thank you. I think, please, I think I will stop so that you will answer the question, but then if you finish answering the question, we will still have more questions.
Good afternoon. I stand on the listening protocol.
Excuse me, sir. Sorry. Let me answer the question. Mr. Mutala Emojibo, sir.
My question is just one.
Thank you very much for these questions. From our senior elder, he said, low pension, what should we do? Part of the problem is even from salaries. Salaries are low and pension is part of the salary. So you find that, and indeed, for recently, there's a push that the Commission is doing with the head of service to start implementing what we call gratuity for those that are retiring. There was a meeting and even a committee has been constituted, which committee has presented a report that to look at the possibility of utilizing or giving effect Section 44A of the Pension Reform Act, which says that that employer can pay additional benefits. So these are areas. And also the rate of contribution that the scheme provided, 10 for employer, 8 for employee, is minimum. Some employers in the private sector or some employers of self-funding, not the treasury funding, are doing more than the 10 or 8%. And the employer can take the, the responsibility if you so wish. So this is where the unions can engage. It's like a collective bargaining. This is where you can engage and point out some of these benefits in the law. I know Section 44, the PENCOM has initiated and even had a meeting 13th of June or so. The DG met with the head of service and a committee was constituted to see the possibility of paying gratuity to retiring treasury funded MDs so that it will also help with that issue. The pension desk officers. Someone mentioned, the NASU representative mentioned about the pension desk officers. I think when chairman is talking, maybe he will give us more insight of what we do. Every year, National Pension Commission conduct sensitization workshop for pension desk officers. In fact, next week, 15, 16th, there will be one in Lagos and one in Ilorin concurrently. The following week, Kano, Oweri, and then the following week, Uyo and Yola, and then Abuja finally between 5th and 6th. Last year, we were with the chairman, both in Ilorin and Abuja here. So it's an engagement, it's continuous. We sensitize the pension desk officer. Part of the problem is that there's a lot of deployment or redeployment or transfers. You train somebody 1 year, 2 years, he's taken out of that place, and then that knowledge is no longer there, and a new person comes, and you start battling again. And the pension desk officers do some critical things, especially in the enrollment process of retirees. They are like knowledge centers, or they should be like knowledge centers in these MDAs. Some of them are quite up there. The chairman has been organizing a lot of his members, but there are a lot of pension desk officers themselves are not even knowledgeable about the scheme. And sometimes also the challenges of getting the approval to travel for those sensitization. So engagement, the commission has always been engaging the pension desk officers. So for states, let me take Enugu State. Moshood Abiola, I understand, I think is a state university. And the lady that talked about the state. Sir, if you heard me very well, I didn't say there's nothing that we can do, but I said, look, it's already a law problem. The constitutions give the state the liberty. Pension is on concurrent list. Anything on the concurrent list, the federal legislation is not enough. The state will legislate. Therefore, the federal cannot enforce unless we decide that we should change the constitution. For us to change the constitution, that one is beyond PEMCOM, because constitution will go to all the state assemblies and the governors will control those state assemblies. Anyway, let's not go to the technicalities, but basically what the commission does is that it is still engaging with every state pension bureau or state pension board in the states that are implementing the contributory pension scheme. And quarterly, or is it biannual now, but before quarterly, we usually have a consultative forum for states that are implementing the scheme. Sometimes we even invite the ones that are not implementing the scheme. And if there is a complaint or if there are issues, we also engage those pension boards of the state to see. Sometimes we raise it to the bar to meet either with the management of the state, even up to the governor level. So the union should engage with the state pension bureau and even engage with PEMCOM. There's a state operations department. If you can send the issue of the Enugu state, I know is it IMSU? There's one in Imo, okay, that's Imo. The one Imo state that also having similar thing that you were talking about, that the commission has waded in and has solved that problem, or has been engaging the unions and trust fund that was handling their funds. So I am just saying that the commission cannot enforce because of the law, but not that we cannot. And I made mention that we always use that moral suasion. So I think it for the union is to engage the commission, engage the state operations department, who is supervising all these pension bureaus, and then the engagement can continue. Sometimes some can come out. Pension contributions, remittance system. Somebody mentioned that we didn't mention anything about the payment solution providers. From effective 1st of June 2025, PEMCOM have now brought in a pension contributions remittance system. What does that mean? It simply means that there are payment solution service providers, PSSPs that we call. If an employer wants to make remittance, he must go through their channel and do the remittance. Why did we do that? Prior to that time, a lot of remittances will go to the PFS. The schedule that will be sent to the PFS would either have wrong details of that employees, and the PFS cannot credit the amount into there. Sometimes somebody electronically wires money without even giving PFC or PFS schedule, and the PFS cannot pay that money or credit that money into the retirement savings account. Uncredited contributions at one point, Penop is here, is billions in the industry and has been a problem. And we have been even sanctions on PFS on what have they been doing to ensure or engage employers on what they have been doing. Sanction. So people will sit down in their office and remit, especially with the electronic payment, remit their contributions. Sometimes the amount on the schedule will be different from the amount that has been credited into the PFA. So it becomes a problem how to apply the contribution. So what did PEMCOM do? Effective June 2025, it says any employer doing remittance must go through the payment solution service providers. It's not that they are charging anything. The PFCs and PFS are paying those people, but those payment solution providers, if you go, you upload the schedule you want to remit with. That schedule you want to remit with, the payment solution providers we have given them a link to our database, which have the retirement savings account and the PIN of people. So if you upload that schedule, it will hit our database, and that channel would be corrected. That schedule will be corrected. If you have a PIN that is for Modibo and you have given it to Shitu, or you have carried somebody's PIN, or somebody's PFA is this PFA, and you have appended a wrong PFA, it will correct that and give you the right distance. Then you can now move ahead. If you like, you can generate even the payment distance and pay to the bank, or continue whether with Remitter or whatever payment platform you want to pay. But that PSSPs, the payment solution service providers, are simply like a gateway between the employer's schedule and then correcting that schedule in our application, because we have given them the access to our database so that such uncredited contributions can stop. So if an employer prepares his schedule and upload onto that payment, it will correct and present to him so that he can move forward for the payment. So that's for the pension, new pension system. The group life insurance is handled by the Office of Head of Civil Service of the Federation, if I'm correct, or Federal Ministry of Education for tertiary institution, and is done centrally by the federal government. Yes, federal government is responsible, but it is handled, I think, in the welfare office of the, for others. For education, I don't know which particular section, but it's Ministry of Education for all the agencies under Ministry of Education. And premiums, well, on a yearly basis, federal government pay premium so that they can pay if there's debt in service. So group life insurance is handled centrally for tertiary institutions by the Ministry of Education. No remittances in retirement savings account. Somebody talks about in January that there was no remittance. You see, and talks about his colleagues getting 25%, talks about PFCs not, deduct monies. Please, let's understand this scheme. Employer deducts and remit. Pension fund administrators or pension fund custodians, or indeed PENCOM, does not deduct. Employers deduct and remit, and especially now that the tertiary institutions are solely responsible, just like Haji explained. Let me explain again. Once you meet your bossa, I think that bossa should be able to explain to you. So remittances of pension contributions from November last year is the sole responsibility of the tertiary institutions. It's the sole responsibility. If you have not seen your January remittances of 2025, please visit the office of your bossa and discuss with them. So pension fund custodians receive deductions from the employer or receive remittances from the employer with the schedule and notify the pension fund administrator, which will now credit the retirement savings account. PFCs don't have access to your salaries, for God's sake. They don't do the remittances. PFS don't do remittances. They receive remittances. So please, let's get that clear. For 25%, anybody whose remittances is not up consecutively up to 60 months, up to the point that he's applying for 25% mortgage, he cannot be allowed, because it's part of the eligibility criteria or requirement that there must be consistent or consecutive remittances into the retirement savings account for you to access 25%. And let's know that 25% is actually for residential mortgage. A lot of people have accessed this money, and somehow, Nigeria, we know how to use papers and follow the law. Just like in the Public Procurement Act. We will follow all the things that say, and it will go to the PMI, the primary mortgage institution. And then somehow that primary mortgage institution will still give us back the money. Some will use the money for other benefits that will help them, fine, like you mentioned. But a lot of people are just eating the money. Yes, it's their money, but it means that it will tell on your pension when you get to retire. Yeah, sure. Definitely, there's no question about that. Then does PENCOM regulate states? I've answered that. Then the issue that you mentioned about 3 categories, we have explained clearly. We said if you want to resolve any under-remittance, non-remittance, PENCOM, on behalf of the federal government at the beginning of the scheme, was supervising the remittance of pension contribution from the contributory pension account. And I mentioned that earlier to you that that is an operational activity that ought not to have been done by PENCOM. PENCOM should have regulated the process, not to come and be doing the work itself. But because at the beginning of the scheme there was no structures, and PENCOM took that responsibility for the scheme to take off, that responsibility was saddled for PENCOM until the deployment of that IPPIS. So I'm simply saying anybody that have issues between the period of 1st July or between the first appointment, if it is after July 2004, up to the point before that MD migrates, all you need to solve that problem on the remittance or non-remittance is to meet your pension desk officer to submit the nominal roll to PEMCOM, and that problem would be resolved. That's one aspect. The second aspect is that the employer, IPPIS now, on behalf of the federal government, is the employer now. IPPIS is on doing the remittance on behalf of the federal government. Is the one remitting, paying salaries and remitting, not only pension, NHIS and other things, paying the pensions contributions directly to the retirement savings account or directly to PFS, who will credit that money. So we are saying if you want to resolve that problem, there is also already a licensing officer of IPPIS per MDA that you can easily resolve. If it's lingering, we are not saying PEMCOM cannot intervene. I have said that PEMCOM can still assist if you complain to PEMCOM. It is pension. PEMCOM is saddled with the responsibility to do all pension matters. If you complain to PEMCOM, PEMCOM would write letter to our accountant general, write to the IP director of IPPIS. We've written several letters, we've made calls, we've engaged. In fact, currently we are even trying to see how we can do a quarterly engagement with IPPIS because of this kind of issues. Not that PEMCOM is saying we can't do anything or we cannot engage, but it is easy. The person that does the remittance should be your first point of call to resolve that issue. And there are supposed to be desk officers of IPPIS in every MDA. Okay, can I take part of my money? I think we have answered that. For those that can apply, they can apply for 25%, but there are conditions. Then states that enrolled, what is the law violator? I think we've explained the law. Just like we said, section 210 of the Constitution says that states are at liberty to do their laws. And that's why PEMCOM can only, do that kind of moral suasion with the states. For private sector, for instance, the non-remittance by private sector, PEMCOM have even taken a lot of private sector companies to court, has clamped on private sector, and even the non-remittance of employers in private sector. First of all, we send them warning letters, we send them agents, we determine the pension contribution that they are yet to remit, we advise them that they must remit, and in every delay in remittances, there is interest on that non-remittance. And that just by in line with the Pension Reform Act. So for private sector, we have even taken a lot of private companies to court and have recovered pension contributions from such companies. For state government, because of the law, we can only, engage, talk. I said we can enforce. That is the word now. We can enforce. Not that we cannot engage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Elder wants to say 1 minute, please. Just put down your hands. Please put down your hands. After Elder, I think we will go for break.
Please, I just want to help out in that of state institutions. Just as he has pointed out, when our Polytechnic Nekede became, when it was College of Technology Owerri, when it became a scheduled body, first of all is to know whether the institution has become a scheduled body. When it becomes a scheduled body, it is the chief executive, he has interest in pension of the workers, that will initiate action on how to make that place a pensionable body, that the staff will now be enrolled. When Polytechnic Nekede became the scheduled body, few years later, it was one of the rectors who had interest in pension, Professor Sorge, now late, that started pension scheme in the Polytechnic. I was then in the central register. I was the one who went to personnel to document every staff of the institution, enroll them, and took them to Financo brokers that we engaged as our brokers before the insurance company. So from that 1994, in fact, till when the contributory pension started, it was anybody going out of poly will be receiving his gratuity and pension with a handshake, as I pointed out here. So find out when you go back whether the state Polytechnic has become a scheduled body and what arrangement the chief executive and his management are making. Otherwise, most of the chief executives are very satisfied with the ancillary source of income they make outside their own salary. And they will forget that they will need also that pension. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Pension operators, that is pension operators and pension desk officers, correct, please. We want to go for a short break. When you come back, Bossa, I'm sorry, Biko. Sorry, sir. So please, let's go for a short break, take our lunch. Those who want to pray. Those who want to chat. If you have questions, you jot them down, then we'll come back and continue. Thank you very much. Well, 30 minutes, please.
Hello, great ASUP. So we're going for the next session, while the musical interlude will be playing on the background. The president ASUP will lead the high table and the think tank for their lunch. Is a buffet. So you know by buffet, you are going there to choose what you want to eat. So let's have the president go. Then other NEC members, please, when they are done with their session, we'll all go. There are two tables there. You only be entertained when you have your receipts, please. When you have your ticket, that is when they will serve you. But for now, the president will go with the high table and the think tank. So let's enjoy the musical interlude from the background. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate 001. Thank you. Wait.
Country boy, got a four-wheel drive. I'm in my bed and I'll take you for a ride. Up city streets, down country roads. I can get you where you wanna go. 'Cause I'm a country boy. Yeah, I'm a country boy. Oh, I'm just a country boy. A nice little country boy.
In a bar in Toledo, across from the depot, on a bar stool she took off her ring. Closer, so I walked on over. I sat down and asked her her name. When the drinks finally hit her, she said, I'm no quitter, but I finally quit living on dreams. I'm hungry for laughter and here ever after. I'm after whatever the other life brings. In the mirror I saw him, I closely watched him, thought how he looked out of place. He came to the woman who sat there beside me. He had a strange look on his face. The big hands were calloused, he looked like a mountain. For a minute I thought I was dead, but he started shaking, his big heart was breaking. He turned to the woman and said, you picked a fine time to leave me, Lucille. 4 hungry children and a crop in the field. I've had some bad times, been through some sad times. This time you're hurting on here. You picked a fine time to leave me, Lucille. After he left us, I ordered more whiskey. I thought how she made him look small. From the lights of the barroom to a rented hotel room, we walked without talking at all. She was a beauty, but when she came to me, she must have thought I'd lost my mind. I couldn't hold her, the words that he told her kept coming back time after time. You picked a fine time to leave me, Lucille. 4 hungry children and a crop in the field. I've had some bad times, lived through some sad times. Good time you're hurting on here. You picked a fine time to leave me, Lucille. You picked a fine time to leave me, Lucille. 4 hungry children and a crop in the field. I've had some bad times, lived through some bad times. This time everyone considered him the coward of the county. He'd never stood one single time to prove the county wrong. His mama named him Tommy, but folks just called him Yellow. Something always told me they were reading Tommy wrong. He was only 10 years old when his daddy died in prison. I looked after Tommy, 'cause he was my brother's son. I still recall the final words my brother said to Tommy. Son, my life is over, but yours has just begun.
Promise me, son, not to do anything right now. Walk away from trouble if you can. It won't mean you're weak if you turn the other cheek. I hope you're old enough to understand. Son, we all have to fight to be a man. There's someone for everyone, and Tommy's love was Becky. In her arms, he didn't have to prove he was a man. One day while he was working, the Gatlin boys came calling. They took turns to Becky. There was three of them. Tommy opened up the door and saw his Becky crying. The torn dress, the shattered look was more than he could stand. He reached above the fireplace and took down his daddy's picture. As his tears fell on his daddy's face, he heard these words again. Promise me, son, not to do the things I've done. Walk away from trouble if you can. I'll be your weak, you turn the other cheek. I hope you're old enough to understand. Son, you don't have to fight to be a man. The Gatlin boys just laughed at him when he walked into the barroom. One of them got up and met him halfway across the floor. When Tommy turned around, they said, "Hey, look, old Yellow's leaving." But you could have heard a pin drop, and Tommy stopped and locked the door. 20 years of problem were bottled up inside him. He wasn't holding nothing back, he let them have it all. When Tommy left the barroom, not a Gatlin boy was standing. He said, "This one's for Becky," as he watched the last one fall. I heard him say, "I promised your dad not to do the things you've done. I'll walk away from trouble when I can." Now Steve, don't think I'm weak, I didn't turn the other cheek. And Papa, I sure hope you understand. Sometimes you gotta fight when you're a man. Everyone, son, my life is over, but yours has just begun. Promise me, son, not to do anything right now. Walk away from trouble if you can. It won't mean you're weak if you turn the other cheek. I hope you're old enough to understand. Son, we don't have to fight to be a man. There's someone for everyone, and Tommy's love was Becky. In her arms, he didn't have to prove he was a man. One day while he was working, the Gatlin boys came calling. They took turns to Becky. There was three of them. Tommy opened up the door and saw his Becky crying. The torn dress, the shattered look was more than he could stand. He reached above the fireplace and took down his daddy's picture. As his tears fell on his daddy's face, he heard these words again. Promise me, son, not to do the things I've done. Walk away from trouble if you can. I'll be your weak, you turn the other cheek. I hope you're old enough to understand. Son, you don't have to fight to be a man. The Gatlin boys just laughed at him
when he walked into the barroom. One of them got up and met him halfway across the floor. When Tommy turned around, they said, "Hey, look, old yellow's leaving." But you could have heard a pin drop, and Tommy stopped and locked the door. 20 years crawling was bottled up inside him. He wasn't holding nothing back, he let him have it all. When Tommy left the barroom, not a Captain boy was standing. He said, "This one's for Becky," as he watched the last one fall. I heard him say, "I promised your dad not to do the things you've done. I'll walk away from trouble when I can. Now sleep on the time we got and turn the other cheek. And Papa, I sure hope you understand. Sometimes you gotta fight when you're a man." Everyone considered him the coward of the county. He was sitting on a bar stool, a picture from a cheap song. She'd been standing by the jukebox, dropping quarters all night long. He said, "Tell me, are you lonely? Is there some place we can go?" He said, "Cowboy, you know I'm lonely, but there's something you should know. If you wanna find gold, go in the mountains. If you wanna find silver, go dig it in the stone. If you wanna find him, go read in the Bible. If you wanna find love, go at home." She touched the gold ring on his finger and held it to the jukebox light. And she said, "Stranger, think what you're losing if you leave here with me tonight." So he pulled her body closer. She felt feeling she'd never known. He said, "Thank you for the lesson, and if you need me, I'll be at home. If you wanna find love, go in the mountain. If you wanna find silver, go dig it in the stone. If you wanna find him, go read in the Bible. If you wanna find love, go sit at home. If you wanna find love, if you wanna find silver, go dig it in the stone. In the stone. If you wanna find him, go read in the Bible. If you wanna find love, go sit at home. If you wanna find love, go looking at home.
We now have 15 minutes to finish up. In 15 minutes time we will start, eh? Grade ASUP. We have 15 minutes, please. In 15 minutes we will start, so that we can close and go and rest. Please, let's hurry up, eh? Let's hurry up. I think Ibadan is through, is on. The Polytechnic Ibadan. Port Harcourt. Okay, Peter. Don't mind. Turn up, should be getting ready. After turn up, pension this officer. Okay? You are ready, you should get ready also. We have 15 minutes, sir. I want to hand over the microphone to the chairman of the occasion, Benjamin Asumura. Bagabanifa. There was someone say Asumuga. Maybe Asumuga. Please, those of us who are outside to come in, please.
You will remark. Okay. So we take all the questions together. That's why we need the last set of questions are meant for them. But let us start.
Great ASUP. Please, those of us who are outside to come in, please. Mahesh, please go out and invite them to come in. In the next 5 minutes, we'll be out of here by the grace of God. I say by the grace of God, sir. So, please, those who are outside, please come in. Chairman Kazore, I hope you are through. Thank you.
I was soft inside. There was something going on. You do something to me that I can't explain. Hold me closer and I feel no pain. We got something going on. Tender love is blind. It requires a dedication. All this love we feel needs no conversation. We're right together, making love with each other. Islands in the street, that is what we are. No one in between. Can we be wrong? Sail away with me to another world, and we rely on each other. From one lover to another. I can't live without you if the love was gone. Everything is nothing if you got no. Slowly losing sight of the real thing. But that won't happen to us, and we got no time. Too deep in love, and we got no way. Message is clear. This could be the year for the real thing. No way you cry. Making love each other. Islands in the street, that is what we are. Nothing in between. We belong. Sail away with me to another world. And we rely on each other.
this feeling down deep in my soul that I just can't lose. Guess I'm on my way. Needing a friend, and the way I feel now, I guess I'll be with you till the end. Guess I'm on my way. Mighty glad you stayed. Stuck on you, been a fool too long. I guess it's time for me to come on home. Guess I'm on my way. So hard to see that a woman like you could wait around for a man like me. Guess I'm on my way. Mighty glad you stayed.
Great, ASUP. I think we should take our seat, please. We are about to begin the program proper. After taking our lunch, I think it is proper for us to digest it by hearing from Mrs. I don't know that it's Mrs. or Miss Antonia Ifeanyi Chukwu Okoro, the pension operators. She'll be speaking on pension fund administration and access to benefits. So, hello, please, let's sit down. Oga, hello. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I will stand on existing protocols, all duly observed. I have a presentation, so I'm hoping they will get it on the screen very shortly. But as has been said, my name is Antonia Ifeanyi Okoro. I'm the acting CEO and MD of the Pension Fund Operators Association of Nigeria. So all licensed operators are our members. And I'm here today to tell you about pension fund administration and access to benefits. So hopefully I will get my presentation soon. Let me try and get my phone. We can try that. Okay, thank you very much. So a lot of the heavy lifting has actually been done for me by my co-organization, PENCOM. PENCOM are our regulator, but we work very, very closely and very collaboratively with them. And they've already shared to you a lot of the technicalities of how you access your pensions, how you contribute to your pensions, how you create a retirement savings account, how you get your PINs. what they do when there are failures, the rules and options to sort of escalate complaints. So a lot of that has been covered by PENCOM. So they've made my work very easy. I'll just tell you what we do as operators and administrators and custodians of the money that is taken by your employers and remitted, given to us, as PENCOM also clarified earlier. We don't deduct from your salaries. We haven't got any access to your salaries. It's your employer's responsibility to do that and to convert or transfer that money over to a registered, licensed pension fund administrator so that we can manage those funds for you effectively, such that you have a decent pot of money at retirement, or God forbid you are disengaged, whether voluntarily or involuntarily from work, or a health challenge, and so on. So we manage the fund so that you have it there and ready to access whenever you need it, in accordance with the required guidelines. So the first slide is quite clear. That's who I am, and that's the topic of my presentation. The second slide is just to give you a little bit of background about where we're coming from. So the pension fund operators manage the CPS scheme, which is a contributionary pension scheme. We moved away from the defined benefit scheme, which was a federal government funded scheme. PENCOM have already explained that, so I won't waste too much time. And the problem was that as of 2023, there was already 2 trillion naira owed in pension liabilities or pension promises that the federal government had made to federal employees. And the federal government's budget as of that year was only 685 billion naira. So you can see there was a huge deficit, and really the defined benefit scheme was unsustainable. Expecting it to be allocated from federal government budget year on year was an unsustainable arrangement. Hence, if you go to the next slide, this is just a pictorial view of what was going on at the time. Loads of pension queues and loads of unhappy retirees. Anyway, so Obasanjo, as of 2004, you can move on to the next slide, came up with the pension, contributionary pension scheme. This just explains a bit more about the issue. Let's go to the next slide. So 2004, the contributionary pension scheme was signed, and the PRA was signed, and the law came into place. The current arrangement that we practice today came into place. And if we go to the next scheme, since then, hence, we had licensed pension fund administrators. Since then, through this new arrangement, we've seen a growth in the number of retirement savings accounts. And these are accounts that are managed by your licensed pension fund operators, whether they be custodians or administrators, and invested on your behalf so that you get a decent return and you get the right benefits. So we've grown the numbers, and we've also grown the income part. So if we go to the next slide. Okay, so there you go. So we've grown the number of in the pot, and we've also grown the number of accounts, and we've also grown the income in the pot. As of today, it's actually a little bit over 25 trillion naira. This is as of July, August figures. And we invest the money. So even though the physical money is 24 trillion, the impact that amount of money has on the economy as a whole, the money is invested in infrastructure projects, it's treasury bills, and so on. The impact that your pensions have to the economy of Nigeria that you live in is over 30 trillion naira. So when you see projects taking place, whether it be road constructions and the like, that is all done through well-packaged pension fund arrangements or pension fund investments that, one, guarantees you an income at retirement, but two, is given back to the economy that you live in today, here and now, creating jobs, and so on and so forth. So please let's move on to the next slide. So how does the CPS work? Some of this has already been covered, but I'll just repeat it for clarity and just so that it's better cemented. Today, we collect 8% from employees. That's the mandated amount within the PRA 2014, and 10% contribution comes from your employers. Now, the 8% is your gross. It's calculated on your gross, so it's not on everything. It's on your basic, your housing, and your transport, not on everything you earn. Your employer, of course, has the option to make that 8% contribution for you, and some employers do. So the employers contribute the entire 18%, and you don't have to worry about it. Otherwise, you contribute 8%, your employer contributes 10%. We then take that money, it is banked, if I could use that word loosely, with a custodian. And there are 3 licensed custodians today, and they also have to have an asset value of at least 20 billion naira so that your money is safe. It's never going to be lost. If they lose it, they have to pay it back themselves. So they're backed by credible financial institutions and licensed by CBN. So the money is banked with them and then invested by your administrator. So that separation of where the money physically lies with who is investing the money also helps give you that double lock whereby your funds are always guaranteed. I think somebody asked a question earlier to my colleague from PENCOM that if a retiree has done all the right things, you've updated your data, you've been remitting your pensions, you've contacted your PFA at retirement, and so on and so forth, will you get your money? And he gave him a categorical answer, yes, and that is the truth. You will, because your custodian holds the money, your PFA invests the money on your behalf, as long as we can verify that you are who you say you are, and that's the only reason why there would be a delay, because we don't want to pay your money to the wrong person. So as long as we can verify that, in a matter of days, you get your funds within the CPS. So the money is banked and the money is invested and it grows. And as I've said, it's done in a transparent and secured manner. So the PFAs, your administrators, are separate from the PFCs, the custodians who hold the money, and they're both under strict regulation by PENCOM. And then you have control, you have power. So with the DBS scheme, it was you had to stay with the same federal government employer for a certain number of years to be able to meet a certain level of gratuity payment. Today, what you put in and what your employer puts in, which is then invested for you, is yours. So if you don't want to work with employer A and you move to employer B, your pension funds move with you. Similarly, if you don't like PFA A and you want to try PFA B, your funds move with you. So you have that control. It's portable. It's your money. You can move it where you want. So that's the other thing I wanted to stress with this slide. So let's move to the next one. Now, we complain about the amount of money, but the truth of the matter is, with the CPS, as I've explained, what you get paid as pension is a factor of what goes into the pot. That 8% of your gross and 10% that your employer adds on top, unless they're making the full thing for you. If your salary is low, 8% of a small amount, unfortunately, is going to be an even smaller amount. And as a result, when you retire and you are withdrawing your pensions, what you will be withdrawing will be also low. So we've just done some simulations to show you what that would look like. So somebody who's been earning 160,000 naira per month for 10 years and has had no salary increase, they will have contributed 3.4 million, just over, and they would have earned 2.6 million. So on average, through investments, we're able to grow the amount that sits in your RSA account by between 30 to 40% through various investments. So that extra 2 million that makes the total 6 million balance that he then has in his account has come from the investments his administrator has made. The only thing that he and his employer have put in have been the 3.4 billion. So you get a return, but again, it's not significant. In the next slide, let's go to the next slide. If your salary is increasing, you can see that your money as well quadruples as a factor of that. So Similar scenario, at least in the beginning, he starts off on 160,000 a month. By year 2, he's got a salary increase to 150. By year 6, 400,000. By year 8, 600,000. By year 10, 800,000. You can see the impact that has on the size of his pot by the end of 10 years versus the first slide. Really with this slide, the message here is your money is invested, you get a decent amount of return. Here he's made about 50% of his contribution. But ultimately, if you're not contributing a lot, the interest and the growth is not going to be based on a lot. So what you get at the end is a factor of what you put in, and you have that control. And we've already talked about you can also make voluntary contributions to top up your RSC account balance if you so desire. So let's move on to the next slide. So this is how we get you the benefits. So I've talked about the administration. Now I want to talk about the benefits. The benefits are the interest you earn on your retirement savings, and we get those increases or additional contributions to your pension pot, as was shown in the previous slide, through various types of investments. We invest in government securities, bonds, equities, money markets, infrastructure, private equity as well. So if I could show you some of the investments we've done over the last few years. So let's move to the next one. So you'll see that year on year, PFAs, who are your pension fund administrators, have been successfully investing the funds in it. This is a slide showing the investments in infrastructure and the return. So growing that investment for you. If we go to the next slide. Similarly, with our investments in the equity market, you can see the growth that we've been demonstrating with that year on year, moving from 964 billion in 2022 to 3.3 trillion. So that's a significant growth in 2025. If we go to the next slide. And corporate debt, a similar story. I won't read the figures, you can see them for yourself. If we go to the next slide. And similarly, PENCOM mentioned about the recovery of assets. So that's the other benefit you have with us and with PENCOM, is that where employers fail, especially if they're private sector employers, as has already been stressed by my colleagues from PENCOM, where they fail to make remittances to your pension account, or they remit it in a manner that makes it impossible to track who the money belongs to, as has been mentioned, lack of schedules, figures not matching. Although I will say with the new PSSP arrangement, our new service payment solution service providers, the new payment contribution remittance solution that we've recently rolled out as of the 1st of June, all of that has now been automated, but there are legacy challenges. But we go after employers, or at least PENCOM does, to ensure that they can recover unremitted balances on behalf of retirees. So basically with CPS, what we're saying is promotion plus salaries means a higher pension, and also your pensions are well invested and well looked after so that your money is guaranteed. We have that fiduciary duty to make sure that we're investing it carefully, but still in an income generating manner that gives you the benefits that you need in retirement. Okay, so payments now. I think people were questioning whether payments are made, and I know at the Polytechnics we want to work with you to ensure that where there are legacy issues from accrued rights on a defined benefit scheme, we're able to bring that into the CPS solution and get payments made to your members. Also, as we all know, Tinubu recently released the bond sort of making the payments for old accrued pension rights. So that is an ongoing issue which we will continue to engage with you on. But just to give you what happens with CPS in terms of in the regular scenario where you've been contributing and your employer has been contributing as I've described, we've made, as of this year, Q1, 1.3 trillion to 147 retirement savings account or retirees in terms of annuities. If we go to the next slide. And we've also made payments through the program withdrawal. So on retirement, you have the option to choose an annuity, which is you take your balance and you take it over to an insurance provider, or you can opt for a program withdrawal whereby it's paid to you monthly or quarterly. And in the program withdrawal, we've made 1.2 trillion to over 337 retirees this year. This is as of Q1. So let's go to the next slide. Again, just reiterating that. Then we can go to the next one. There we go. We've also made, and this shows you figures year on year, but as of this year, we've had people who've had to access up to 25% of their retirement savings accounts as a result of the loss of a job, whether voluntarily or enforced. And in that case, we've made 289 billion naira in payments to over 531 retirement savings account holders. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, and then the next one. And then we talked about life insurance or life assurance, and with your pensions, if you unfortunately die in service, your what's the right word for them? Your beneficiaries or your next of kin can access your retirement savings account and the money. We check that they are who they say they are and that they have the right relevant court order or will that gives them rights to that money. But yes, they can access your balance. So that money is not lost, that benefit is not lost. And as of 2025, we've done 507 billion naira in that to over 111 beneficiaries. So we can go to the next, that's the next one then. Similarly, we talked about the challenges earlier with accessing benefits for mortgages. I know it is challenging and there's a lot of red tape and bureaucracy in the process, but there have been some successful applicants, and we do want to grow the reach and the understanding and the process, simplify the process around accessing those mortgages, and also just doing our due diligence to make sure that people are using the funds for the right purpose. But we've paid out, as of 2023, 18.98 billion for mortgage applications. So next slide, thank you. And then this just shows you how the assets under our management have grown since the inception of the CPS to currently 25.7 trillion as of August. Okay, so this just talks a bit about the interest, the rates we earn for you, and which then in turn leads to an increase in your contribution. And you can see the percentages year on year tend to be double digits, 22% as of 2024, and we'll have the 2025 figures by the end of this year. And similarly, if we go to the next slide, we also want to show you how we've helped growth in pension contributions in both the private sector and the public sector, growing that pot and that pool year on year, and also making sure that it's a sustainable, robust system that offers the retirement benefits to retirees as at when due. So with CPS, what we do and what we emphasize and aim to do is that we don't want there to be pension arrears and debts, which is what the case was before we migrated into the CPS scheme. We don't want to see retirees left unpaid for months or years, which obviously increases hardship at a time when you're not earning income and you haven't got that sustainable source of income. That's the purpose of a pension, and that's the role of pension fund operators in Nigeria, is to ensure that we whether it's lobbying, whether it's advocacy, whether it's education, whether it's sensitization, whether it's ensuring they have the right supporting and enabling laws, and also ensuring that we maintain our fiduciary duty to look after and invest your funds correctly. We really want to ensure that we mitigate any hardship for retirees, and they get their funds as and when due. That's why the CPS scheme was introduced. I have a slide that sort of compares CPS to pension boards, which is what existed under the defined benefit scheme. You can see with pension boards, the issue was that there wasn't a sustainable source of income. We were relying on federal government budgets, which, as I showed in the first slide, did not meet the requirement of the retirees, as well as other challenges. It was also prone to others being able to access the money, which we saw happen on a few occasions. With the CPS scheme, that doesn't happen. The funds are held by a separate custodian who is backed by a major bank, and they have to provide the funds should they lose it. And similarly, it's administered and invested by licensed administrators. So we keep your money safe, and you can move it to whatever licensed administrator you would like. Also, actually, I want to stress the last box on this table. With the pension boards, usually your payment was up to 40% of your last salary. With the CPS scheme, as I've shown, because of the rate of investment we are able to make, most people or individuals can get up to 100% of their last salary as monthly payments going forward. So really, as long as you are ensuring that you're keeping your pension pot going and you're making those contributions and you're increasing your salary as you go through your employment, when you retire, you could be earning exactly as you were when you were working. So let's go to the next slide. Okay, so this is just emphasizing those points. Then last but not least, CPS is really a global best practice, this contributionary method of managing pension accounts, whereby it's a deduction from salaries and a deduction that the employer, a contribution that the employer makes themselves from their own income or profit. This is something that has a global best practice behind it. And even countries that had been operating the gratuity system have found, not just us, Western countries, the likes of France, even the likes of UK to an extent, have found that gratuity system unsustainable. Hence why you see a lot of Western countries tend to be increasing their retirement age each year. Goes up to 67, then goes up to 70, it goes up to 78, and so on. So this is something that is globally tested and trusted, and this is why it's something that we also adopt in Nigeria. We can skip to the last slide, which talks about our next steps. I've heard everybody talk about the need for more education, sensitization, engagement, explanation, repetition. We can't explain enough, is what I've been hearing as I've been sat listening to some of the questions and also listening to some of the engagement, is that we can't stress enough how this scheme works. We can't explain it enough. We have to keep doing that. How the scheme works, what the routes are, the avenues are to raise a complaint, to raise an issue, to raise a challenge, where you can get support, where you can get clarity, where you can get direction, to do more engagement at state level. I've heard that very strongly. And it is something that we recognize, and it's something that we want to continue. It's something that we're committed to continuing to do, which is the sensitization, both clarifying what you do in terms of old accrued rights on the DBS scheme, and what you do in terms of accessing your new contributions that you've made within the CPS scheme as at when due, making sure your data is accurate, using the relevant remittance platforms, and so on and so forth, speaking to your bursars, speaking to your pension desk officers, etc. So that's something we're committed to doing, and those are what you can expect from us. We want to do greater engagement, greater education, more enlightenment campaigns. We want to increase access to retirees and RSA holders. We want to increase access to the products and benefits that we offer, including the mortgages, access for healthcare, access during employment. We also want to support the economy. I already showed the slide earlier that shows that some of the funds are invested in infrastructure projects, which improves the economy of Nigeria as a whole, creates jobs here and now, but gives you, as the retiree and the RSC account holder, a return on your investment. We will use technology to do that. We've already talked about the PSSP platform. That's a technology solution that we recently rolled out, and we have more in the pipeline. We talked about personal pension plan. We talked about data recapture. We have a few platforms we're using to enable those processes and make them more seamless and easy for everybody to access. We also want to continue to improve the return on investment, to invest in it in the right asset classes that give us a return that is at least on par with inflation. And we want to support the informal sector, increase the access to pensions, increase the people who can contribute to a pension account and get this benefit at retirement. So that's our plan as operators. Those are the benefits we offer. That's my last slide. I will pause now in case there were any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. QED, quite easily done by Miss Antonia. Thank you very much. So, no question yet. Let's put down our hands. Thank you very much, Miss. Just sit down. We want to call on the desk officers, please. So just gather your questions, please. Just gather them. We want to hurry up to listen. Desk officer, please. Let's put our hands together for him, please. Let's appreciate him. Let's appreciate him. Let's encourage him now. We have eaten now.
Thank you so much. The Chairman of the occasion, distinguished participants. My name is Nze Peter Nze, Assistant Director Admin. I'm the National Chairman of the Forum of Pension Desk Officers in Federal Treasury-funded ministries, departments, and agencies. Like as our colleagues have already said, we're actually everywhere. Some of my colleagues were here from SGF, Head of Service, Presidency. My colleague from NABDA is also here. Some have gone. So we are here, and we are colleagues still working in service. The PDOs have a unique distinction. We serve people who even died 10, 15, 20 years ago. We serve people who retired in the 70s. We still carry their files. When people are employed, put into service, we are the first line of officers in to enroll them into PFAs. And then when people retire, we continue serving them. So it's a unique schedule. We have members in all the MDAs, as you all know, and we are really very happy to treat this issue of securing a seamless transition post-service retirement life. After service, securing it for you to have a peaceful transition. Now, in the period of service, we feel that we have a lot of time and all that. But the beauty of it all is that these days, based on the way people are living longer, your post-retirement life is actually more than your working life. I want to let that sink in. The World Economic Forum brought out a very interesting statistic recently, that for the first time in human history, the numbers of human beings above 65 years of age is now more in number than those below 5 years of age. For the first time in human history. This simply means people are living longer. They are living longer. And most of us, by the grace of God, are in that statistic. So you need to spend more time to think of your life after service. It is true, quite all right, that the standard of living, life expectancy, Nigeria is one of the least worldwide at 56 years of age, compared to Japan, the Scandinavian countries that are in the 80s, early 90s. But the truth of the matter is that this category of civil servants are not in that dynamic. In that dynamic of less than 56 years as life expectancy. Civil servants, by nature of their statistics and all that, will live much longer. And the reasons will become evident. So we need to spend a lot of time to think about our life after retirement. And that is the period which we call the golden years. I'll just be very fast. That is the time that most people look forward to. Because then you have the time to indulge in all your interests. I will show you, almost everybody here, if you are asked, what particular job do you enjoy doing as a human being that gives you joy? It will definitely not be the civil service job that you are doing. I've seen engineers that in their heart of hearts said they want to just play a saxophone. I've seen a medical doctor that said all he wants to do is to grow a farm of guava. That's what gives him joy. So what we do is what makes us feel happy. And most of the time, it is not the civil service job we are doing. So during retirement, you have all the time to enjoy in doing that. Then it's a time when you don't really work. All you do is play because you enjoy doing whatever you are doing. So to that extent, it's play. And then you have a lot of time for leisure. That is why some people actually resign early. They put in their letter, I don't wait for 60 years or 35 years. Because they want to give that quality golden period of their time, of their life. They want to enjoy it with their family members. So in essence, your time of retirement is the time for you to actually be alive. We as civil servants who are still in service are actually just existing. We're really not alive. Michael Jackson came up with a song that we should stop existing and start what? Start living. You have time for your children. Not this time we are still in service. You can't even go to their school in 3 years. You only maybe during graduation once in 6 years. You retire, you have time for your children, your grandchildren. The things that make you happy, you have enough time to do it. So, there are guidelines we need to look at to make us transit into that future world that we're looking at. But first, a word for those who are still in service. And I want to believe a good number of us are there. For you to get to the El Dorado, which we are going to mention now, very soon, of what the post-retirement phase should be like and which can be achieved, there are some things you need to do right now that you are still in service. We'll try to make this talk interactive. I have my presentation, but since we don't have much time, I want to hit the nail on the head. Number one, you as a civil servant now, would you like at your point of retirement to have a 5 million naira advantage over your colleagues? Yes or no? Yes. Would you like to have 15 million, 20 million above your colleagues? It is doable. We at the desk office have seen it all. Where people will go for retirement, lump sum comes, and then they rush to our office. That look, this man was employed the same daytime and everything with me. When we shared information, his lump sum was 22 million. My own was just 12 million. So the summary of how they got to that stage is what we want to mention now, and it's doable for all of you. I want to credit the administration, the leadership of ASUP for bringing us here. Ordinarily, most of these things we give out at workshops that people pay 300,000 to go for. But they have asked us to come all out with everything that you, the leaders, need to know. And so we are giving it all out the way we can. Something called multi-fund structure. It affects all of you as long as you have an ROSC account. There's something you can do about that will give you a huge quantum leap advantage. That is one. It is doable at all PFA levels. Multi-fund structure. Check your placement. Number two is annuity. I know we are all used to annuity. We are thinking annuity is only for people who have retired. No. As a civil servant right now, if today you decide tomorrow you can be an annuitant, with as little as 500,000 loose change or 1 million, take it to an annuity service provider, assurance company, and they put you on annuity. Whatever you do is for life. So for 500,000, you may get 5,000, 6,000 per month. For 1 million, you may get 10,000, 10,000 plus. That's the average. But you do the maths. If you have a 1 million now, you go to cooperative, you take it, you go into that plan. A month, you get 10,100. In 10 years, in fact, in a year, you already know what that is. In 10 years, you have covered back, you have returned, you have gotten everything you have. Meanwhile, that agreement is for life. Now, we are going somewhere. What do you do with that extra money every month? We are not to eat it per se. We are coming somewhere. Now, you work on that annuity, and then you have the second leg, which is called the additional voluntary contribution. It's there in all your pay slips. But the funny thing about most civil servants, almost 99.9 civil servants, is that that column is always showing which value? Zero. Zero. Now, give the instruction to your employer that please, with effect from October salary, deduct even if it's 5,000, because it must only come from your salary. Deduct 5,000, 10,000. That small amount has a huge cumulative effect over time. over time. So of these three things I've just mentioned, some of us have started doing them, not now, but since 2018, 2019. So when some of our colleagues are talking about figure, lamenting, agonizing, so some people have gone beyond agonizing, they're actually rejoicing in this new system. So it is doable for everyone. The mortgage policy of 25%, it is for real, it has been happening. People need to access it as a game changer also. Whatever you do, use that money for what is meant, which is to own a house of your own. Now, when you own that house, the law doesn't say you must sleep in that house or you must stay in that house, because most of you stay in official quarters. So you lease out your building, you put it on rent, and if you are lucky, you even get an offer to buy that entire building. All right? So these three things I've said now are freeing you from some funds, which I'm coming to right now. You go into annuity, that they pay you 10,000 every month. You go into additional voluntary contribution, and then you go into mortgage. So these extra funds that you have can now make you be in a situation where you may not need to take all of your salary. You can now give an instruction to your CEO, please, with effect from such and such a month, increase my additional voluntary contribution. And that will be a permanent standing order. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are things that we can do for ourselves. It's very easy as I'm saying it, but it's easier to even get it done if you have the will. And the results are actually very, very huge. Those are at the personal level. Then at the level of the unions, there's some questions I've been really dying to ask the union leaders about some empowerments that government has already given without even any agitation. Yet, the unions don't want to make the full use of it. The Public Service Rules 2021, the current one that is extant, has some very huge, meaningful policies that unions are not standing behind. Number one is the issue of the 25% relocation allowance after retirement. It used to be 5%, but now it is 25%. It is a shocking statistic that a good number of MDs are still insisting on paying the 5%. After you've retired, that amount they give you, some people call it repatriation, 5% to pack your load and go. The law, as for the last, going to 2 years now, is 25%. Many MDs are already paying it. And some unions are there receiving 5%, and they are not speaking on behalf of their members. Meanwhile, it is already the law. That is one. Then the other one has to do with the 1 month pre-retirement leave. 1 month pre-retirement leave. It is now being enforced. But like he said, if you are trying to feed your baby says he or she will close his or her mouth. You have the challenge of forcing. But this one, government will never force somebody to take what they have given that person. It says now, when you are due for retirement, go on leave for 3 months. The first month of which you should go for a 1 month pre-retirement training. Some MDs are already doing it. But a good number are not. I believe these are union issues because they affect the welfare of our members. Yet some unions are not even aware of these things. That is one. That is two. And then we also have the death benefits payments. Of course, this is not strictly for retirement, but it's good that union leaders should be aware of that. On death, previously, they calculate how much for embalmment, for caskets, for this and that, advert and all that. But it has all been consolidated into one now. Just pay 100%, that 1 year salary without any deduction. Pay 1 year salary to the beneficiary of the deceased, and to take care of burial expense and everything. The differential is much compared to what obtained previously. And then the group life assurance coverage, all civil servants actually have, all Treasury for net civil servants actually covered by premium that government has paid. That is 300%. It's 3 years salary. It's 3 years salary. So all these are things that I feel the unions should empower their desk officers to table in front of management and then go behind to lobby for the actualization. And then, ladies and gentlemen, we also want to refer to what most of the panelists have spoken about of the minimum pension remittances. The 10% by your employer, by government, and 8% from you is actually the minimum. It has already been stressed. We have a duty to reach out to our management to do what some other managements are actually already doing. They go far beyond that. That some MDAs actually even pay the 8% for their staff and even pay up to 10%. Then pay their own 10%, but beyond it. So all these things are what I believe unions should get to know about. So in summary, these are things people in service can do. The issue of program withdrawal and annuity, yes, it depends on what each person wants. There are some unique features that these two options have, tailored on the personality involved and his own socioeconomic status. So these are personal decisions which you need to make. But in all things, we always say, follow the money. In all things you do, in decisions you want to make, follow the money. See where people are going, see the benefits they are getting, and then look at your own personal situation, circumstances, and then you won't make a mistake. So, moving now to the post-retirement stage. Because if you do all this when you are still in service, 3-4 years to retirement, if you are up to 6 years, you are lucky. 7 years, you are lucky. 10 years, you are extremely very lucky to have this kind of information. Do it and come and thank ASUP later on. Just do it and you'll see the difference. So now you are in the post-retirement stage. You have now come there, you have done all you needed to do, and then you have a fat balance in your RSA. So the transition starts from data recapture. It's very easy to just put out words, but we won't know the impact until we're affected. A man resigned some years ago, but when this deadline for retirees to be enrolled through the old system before the new system kicks in, the deadline was given that Friday last week was when NDA should upload, and then Monday, that's Monday that just passed, was deadline for PFAs to enroll. The man quickly came. I was even laughing. Oga Modibo called me. I think I was in the office around 11 p.m. and I told him I have a candidate. He shouted. I said, yes. The man had resigned many years. He refused to come for enrollment. So luckily we were able to upload him. And we rushed. We did everything we could. Believe you me, we rushed to his PFA of choice in Minna, Niger State. After all the wahala, they put in his NIN, put in his PIN number. And then the word that the retiree should fear most is what? Date what? Mismatch. Date of birth mismatch. The record PENCOM has, the record my office has, that like PFA has, that PENOP has, is different from what is in his NIN, the date of birth. So all these are things, in fact, the man had a very terrible time accepting that reality. He wanted to start going with the PFA. I said, okay, please, pack your load, let's go downstairs. So the first step, anybody that wants to have a smooth transition to retirement, go and do data recapture. Not just submitting the form. Follow your PFA and confirm that it has been done. Confirm it has been done. So when you do that, you enjoy the platform which PENCOM has called ECROS, is the Enhanced Computer Remittance System. Without your name being on that system, you can't be enrolled. You can't be enrolled. So data recapture does a lot of things. It puts your name on that platform, and then it reconciles so many things relating to your RSA. A lot of things, double paying, different PFAs in your name, all those things will be resolved ahead of time. So that's the first step. The second step is documentation internally. You now need to get all your records internally intact. Your PDOs, your pension desk officers, I'm sure will let you have all those details. Your pay slips, your promotion letters, as at different dates, timelines. You need to get everything ready. And then you go for your enrollment. Once you have done all this, you go for the enrollment. And thereafter, you now wait for your payment. And that is where I'm coming to the crux of today's presentation, which is called sprint. Sprint. We know what sprint means. It's a rush, a run, a very brisk rush. Run and exercise. Because the topic of the presentation is securing a seamless transition post-service retirement life. I want to conclude with that sprint. That stage of retirement is where everybody in service is praying to get to. Number one is for God to preserve your life first before you know that thing. So anybody that is in service that doesn't pray to retire, something is very wrong with that person. secondly, is for you to enjoy your money. For you to enjoy your money. So this part I'm going to talk about relating to sprint affects everybody because you need to prepare for whatever outcome you want to get during your retirement life. This sprint is a new system we have come up with, and then it's an acronym which deals with self-pre-retirement integrity tests. Self-pre-retirement integrity tests. I'm going to say some things that makes me feel shout and laugh and even be afraid. The S stands for a step that you need to take. The P, the R, the I, the N, and then the T. If you're able to do all this, at the end of the day, you will thank God and then you thank ASUP for providing this platform. Number one is, since retirement is a must, it will definitely come. You need to accept that fact, and then to be sure that you are ready, take these tests. Even when you have 20 years left in service or 10 years left in service, take the test I'm going to just prescribe now. The first one is, when you leave here and get back, go to your bank and tell the bank manager to stop your salary from then on. It should put a stop to your monthly salary. I know it may be a radical step, but give yourself maybe from now to December, or maybe to January or February, because you are paying fees. But from March next year, tell the banker that I'm going to retire in March. My salary is going to stop. And of course, life will continue. If salary stops, are you going to die? You won't die now, because retirement will come one day. Do retirees die? They don't die. So put yourself in that shoe and then take a step and stop your salary. But if you want to help, you want to lessen the burden, tell the person to give you maybe 60,000 or 70,000 from your salary. We are going somewhere. That is number one. Number two step is, you now take the P, which is to pull down your non-essential expenses. Pull down your non-essential expenses. All these things I'm saying are what retirees actually face. But the difference now is that before the wahala comes, face it yourself. Challenge yourself whether you can survive or not. So non-essential expenses are plenty and they are small. Recharge of your phone, women and gele and co. Men and please, I'm going there, just one bottle every day I take, or 2 bottles every day I take. You get it? There are many things we do. Small coins add up to a lot. So you want to argue with me, but when retirement comes, you'll be forced to do it. So why not force yourself now to do it? And then number 3, of course, I should also add that to pull down your non-essential expenses involves the number of cars you drive. If you have 3 cars, you are driving 3 cars, pack 2 of them. I'm telling you the truth, because this is what will meet you if you don't prepare properly. Use 1 car. Tell the family. Anywhere you are going, we'll go together as a family. I'll go and drop you. We'll use 1 car. Stop filling 3 tanks. Okay. So we'll move on to R, which is relationships, religion, and then social well-being. The life of retirement is when you are actually becoming an ancestor, an elder. Not in the negative word, but in the form of you being a repository of knowledge that younger generations will come to meet. So you need to be a spiritual person at that stage. The time for being rough, of being just living a rough life, is over. You need to now become more contemplative. So if you are a religious person, go closer to your mosque, to your church. Okay? And then, you gather all the wisdom of your family. At that point, you have buried quite a number of people already. So you have gathered the knowledge from those people, so you pass it on to the younger ones. That's when you now have to activate that our part of building closer family relationships. And then I is the income stream activation. We're talking of sprint. We're in I now. Small places of getting money. You have stopped your salary. It has been said that the root shock every human being needs is to stop his source of income. Then his creativity will kick in. Unless he wants to commit suicide. Most people are not suicidal. So if you stop a man's salary, the brain never knew he had. He'll be forced to have it. So when you have stopped your salary, you will now discover that you need to activate other small sources of income. All these advice have been given to us. As a retiree, open a small chemist near your house. Don't stress yourself. You have to start thinking of that, doing that. Open a small bookshop. Easy job that you can do. Open a women's wear shop. Easy job that you can do at 60, 65. Open a small, maybe lecturing crèche or something like that for small children. Things like that, when you stop your salary, even if you are still in service, you realize your mind will start thinking of all those things. Small things that bring in income. So N is navigate. You need to navigate two critical issues. One is your health, and then your wellness. Health is different from wellness. You are healthy, but you may just be a sad person. You are not okay. You are not interacting with people. You are not mixing. So that N is for you to activate a health plan for yourself because you will need it. Get a private hospital not far from where you are and have an arrangement, just like NHIS. But this time, you fund it yourself. You meet the doctor and say, oh, guy, this is your private hospital, I like it. How much do I need to pay in case I have a health challenge? It will give you a range. And then you look for funds and then you pay. Believe you me, in retirement life, that thing is a must. Wherever you live, whether it's in your village or you go to Lagos, make sure you are not far from a health institution, a health service provider. It's very, very critical. So that is for health. Then the wellness aspect has to do with your total well-being. And this is where civil servants get it wrong, especially those who have been in service and very, very actively for that matter. The brain is where old age starts from. The brain is where old age starts from. Most professors look very young, especially those who read a lot, who are very active. They move very smartly and everything because the brain is always active. The brain is always active. They always learn new things. They meet young people. And this is the point we are coming to. The key to having wellness is your association with young people. It's good you have your friends that you have had for a lifetime. Your old friends that you went to primary school. Yes, they'll come and sit with you under the tree. But their discussions will not instigate your mind, will not activate your brain cells. It is young people. That is why this culture we have of omugo, a grandmother goes to stay with the child and they play with the child's children. It's God that did all those things. That grandmother, compared to another grandmother that is lonely, cut off away from any child, any youth, two of them can have the same health metrics. The old woman is actually being reinvigorated by activity with the young children. And that's why in most foundations, you see that elderly people are standing as patrons of youth organizations. It's not a joke. It's for wellness. You see an elderly person mingling with youth, he feels reinvigorated. So these are things that we need to take to keep our body healthy and to keep our brain still very active. I should add at this point that somebody like Bola Ige, when he died, even Awolowo, if you read their testimonies, Awolowo was still writing a book. If you read what the daughter gave in an interview 3 months ago, he had a small library in his place. He was still writing a book when God called him. So that's why some of these people are still very mentally acute. So we need to take from that. So we have taken sprint from S to N. Now the T is for you to just take that test. Take that test. Give yourself a timeline. Don't do it immediately. Plan for it. But tell me in the next 3-4 months, let me just pretend that I'm retired, and then you now start it. The results will not be different from what some people who have done it have reported back to us. 2 things. One is huge financial savings. From both the salary that had been accruing, gathering, it had been gathering. That money was there in the bank. And then their expenses in the house drastically reduced. Okay? Then the little small money they're also getting from different places was also on ground. So at the end of the day, by the time you go back to your regular life, you discover that you are ready actually for retirement. And at the end of the day, you have yourself to thank. So ladies and gentlemen, these are just a few hints we have given for for us to have at the back of our mind that we need to get them done as brave, courageous people. Meet a challenge instead of allowing the challenge to meet you. At the end of the day, you are better off for it. Thank you and God bless you all.
Great ASUP. Great ASUP. This man has challenged me this afternoon, seriously. 5 days back, I was in my room, there was no salary. I said, what will I do so that I'll get extra income? So, if you have questions, keep your question. Just keep the questions, sir. I am now calling on the best of poster. Oga, come and say something to your children. We are all your children now. We depend on you at the end of every month. Thank you, sir.
Great answer. Yes, I want to use this opportunity to thank the ASUP for organizing this type of workshop. In fact, I really enjoy all the lectures and everything that we have done here today. I only give the advice I want to give to all the chairman of various schools is that please, let's go back home where we have challenges. Let's discuss with our bosses and then sanitizing our heart, the new policies where the challenges they may be having in their schools, either from the Accountant General or from the pension office. We have had it right here. And I want to equally tell you that at our meeting, this the outcome of this symposium will be fully discussed. And I want to assure you that there will be changes in all our various institutions. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
People who deal with money, they don't talk too much. Just 3 minutes career issue. Fellow comrades, I want to believe we are richly endowed this afternoon. So without much ado, we have questions for Antonia. Question. What is that mean? This means you are very dangerous. This dangerous man here that told us about sprint. You have questions for them, please let's ask. Because when we were kids, there's what we call bottom pot. If they cook in our house, we always strive for the bottom pot. That is the sweetest part of the pot because all the maggies and the crayfish are down there. So these two messages are at the bottom pot. We have seen the crayfish and the maggies. Please, let's ask questions so that we can call our rapporteurs to talk to us. Please, question. Nasarawa, Kazaure, Bali, Oko, yes, Oko, Wazir Usman, Kazaure, Ofa. Let me start with Nasarawa, please. Give him. Where is the Oga Sprint? Please take the questions. And I will need your number. Seriously.
Sir, the boss's chairman left.
No, oh? He said if there's problem, just go and talk to your boss and call him. So yeah, he's no longer here. If the question is for him, just he's not here.
Is one question for two people.
Okay, please ask.
So let me ask. Sir, I don't know whether Madibo, I don't know whether you come across this problem. You see, Mr. A register with Leadway, and he has his PIN and everything, and his money is dropping in that account. But unfortunately, later on, you will see that his name and another PFA is given to him in another pension district. And when he realized that, he now make the necessary contact. From the answer he got, that he's advised to see his bossa, so that the bossa should change to the old one and then process the other money that is in the another PFA that he has not registered with. This is a question I want to, yes. I don't know whether
he has had you. You know, he has a lot of experience in this kind of things. That's why he's just laughing. Zone A. Zone A.
Thank you very much, my friend. I want to ask Madam that spoke earlier. Yes, Madam. You encourage us to this by saying secured pension. And maybe you may also mean secured gratuity. I had an experience of a man who died before receiving his gratuity. I personally spent 2 years pursuing that gratuity, but finally we found gratuity in an account owned by the bank that is supposed to pay him. After 2 years of struggles, when we went to the PFA, after serious battle, we were informed that his money was put into this account. Go to social bank in social branch and confirm who owns this account. And behold, the money was there, and unfortunately the woman was sacked before we reached there. So we thought of taking a lawyer to fight the battle against the bank. The manager advised against that because the bank has adequate barristers to fight the legal battle, and that will end up spending the whole money in court and in paying for lawyers. So we later had to take another alternatives. My second concern is the 25% mortgage. I intended to apply for that, but having contacted the developers, I was informed that I have to spend so percent on the developers. I will pay bank so amount. When I computed the amount, I understood that I am losing my savings by taking that 25%. So why won't I reserve that 25% for when I'm older and I may need that money better than now? So now the challenge here is, why am I spending my money to access part of my savings? Spending to some people who have not worked for me or saved for me. Thank you very much.
So, Bali, I'll come to you, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the wonderful presentations. I just want to ask, obviously from the presentations, some of the problem are structural or systematic. Some of them have to do with the beneficiaries of the schemes. What can we do, Mr. Modibo, in the immediate? We talked about data capture and the documentation, enrollment, stuff like that. Is there anything that we can do in the immediate with our members to overcome these challenges and then clear those obstacles now? And then what are they specifically? Secondly, the last presenter, I think, mentioned something about accessing 25% as a pack-up fee for people who have retired, like the opposite of first 28, something like that.
No, parking allowance.
Parking allowance, yeah. So, where can we lay hands on those documents?
Public service rule.
Yeah, thank you.
Barrister.
Thank you very much, the presenters, particularly the three last presenters. I am the chairman of a Federal Polytechnic, Barrister FM Odua. I thank you very much for your presentations, starting from my sister Anthony Fayoko. In fact, I was listening to her and I said, assuming pension is all about this very sweet presentation, then we don't have any problems at all. And also the proponent and propounder of our sprint. Thank you so very much. And the boss who made his own as brief as miniskirt. Thank you so very much, sir. It was a very short one and we learned a lot from it. Thank you. And from the presentation of my sister Antonia Ifeanyi, the main function of the pension funds administrator, that is PFA, is to manage the contribution pension scheme from the employer and the employee. I don't know. Sometimes I get worried. I'm looking at it from the layman's angle now. Sometimes we hear of the government dipping hands into the pension that's meant for people who have retired. And I wonder if the work of the PFA is to actually manage this thing. I wonder how they will allow the government to unilaterally, without even consulting the people who have the money, to dip hands into it. I don't know whether it's correct. If it is not correct, then let us say that perhaps my little mind will be disabused of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Barrister. She's our sister, not your sister. Because her name is Okoro does not mean she's your sister. Our sister, Antonia Ifeanyi Okoro. Thank you. Mozambique.
I stand on existing protocol. First and foremost, and I would like to appreciate and thank the presenters, especially the last presenter particularly. And the second aspect is just to make a request, please, for the presenters. We would like to have the soft copy of the papers presented because they can be useful to us indeed, in one way or the other.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
The last but not the least, Mozambique, is behind you. The last. There's no time. Please, we will not sleep here. If you have questions, get their numbers, send your questions to them through their WhatsApp numbers and they will answer you. But you will pay them, va?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My question goes to the Madam Antonia that she presents on PFAs. I realize that most of the PFAs normally send the remittance quarterly. Why not monthly? Secondly, we came to realize that this money is of two categories: 10%, 8%. Employer, employee. But when they are sending you text message, they send you bulk money. You cannot able to differentiate between, is it your own contribution that is coming from your own salary, or is it the one that government supposed to give? They should give narration. I want you to clarify this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairman, with your permission, I'll take only two. After you ask, okay? 30 seconds, please.
The chairman of the question of protocol duly observed. My first question goes to the pension person. You said now you've designed SPSS platform for the payments. The new payment something. How efficient is that? What I mean is that if payment is made today, when should we wait, or how many days will it eat our accounts? I have an issue now in my chapter now, more than 1 week, 2 weeks now, they've used that platform. We've not seen accounts, we've not seen a lot. Another question, I don't know how you answer this. We look at this discussion today as the issue of pension alone. But I am seeing that there is another leg of pension in our deduction, because we have about 4 statutory deduction in our salary. The tax, the personal income tax, if the state government let him collect. We have our union due, and when the committee of rectors said no, we fight them that time. Now it relates to the pension and the National Housing Fund. Me, I'm seeing the National Housing Fund as a pension too, because we are only entitled to collect that money when we retire. And that money we have issue when we are in IPPIS. Some months we are not paid. And our colleagues are retired, we are unable to get that pension. That's my question, sir.
Thank you. You call it National Housing Fund, not pension. So I think there are two different things. We shouldn't confuse it. I'm not answering, I'm just trying to. Or for no problem, they'll give you the answer, please. Okay, sir, let me hear you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Kevin Odo, and I'm the photographer covering this event. I wish that some other unit and the other parastatals in Nigeria should be able to look into this, because they give me concern sometimes. You know, they said a day consultative forum on pensions administration in Nigerian Polytechnics. And I'll add, and the way forward. Because sometimes it pisses me off that somebody will work for good 35 years and you're hoping on pension. Pension of how much? Pension of how much? 35,000? 70,000? Somebody who is managing million before and you're hoping, how will you survive? And that's why someone will retire, it will reach, if you don't plan yourself, in 1 year, 2 years time, you are gone. So the question is, the timing, can you plan yourself? Do you think, because sometimes you feel that I have time. There is no time. There is no time. The time is now. I'm an Igbo man and I love business. Can you plan it now? My wife is a civil servant. You work in a very nice environment. If my wife, I think she still have like 15 years. If my wife retired today, she will not even notice that she's not working again. Why? Because the plan, the laid down plan is already there. So you don't need to wait.
Kevin, we appreciate you. My joy is that even the photographer is part of our program today.
Thank you very much.
God bless you.
Thank you.
That's my joy. We've converted the photographer to become our, thank you for your concern. Yeah, he's our resource person. Now, before the rapporteurs get ready, those questions have been asked. Let's start with lady first. Ladies first, please. Sir Antonia, just give her a microphone there. She'll.
Okay, thank you so much for all the questions. I'm going to take them one by one. So the first one on gratuity, which actually ties into the other question on the government being able to dip in the funds. When you start talking about gratuity, you're generally not talking about CPS, because CPS is a contributionary scheme. Gratuity is where the federal government makes an allocation. You've worked a certain number of years. Based on your number of years of service, we will give you XYZ when you exit or when you retire. That's the gratuity. That came to an end in 2003, 2004, when the PRE 2004, subsequently amended to the PRE 2014, was enacted. However, we still have a lot of people that were previously on the defined benefit scheme, which is the gratuity scheme. And we still have that backlog that we're supporting, as has been described by my colleagues from PENCOM. We're supporting, working together with federal government to ensure that those old benefits are paid to those pensioners. But that is a separate scheme, even though it's pension matters. So of course, we're very concerned and we're here to support and ensure that that transition is as smooth as possible. Now, with gratuity payments, there was the issue, there was the challenge of government being able to dip into the funds and so on and so forth, because there was the human element involved. It was managed by pension boards, it was managed by employers, the biggest employer being the federal government, and so on and so forth. All of those challenges did exist, but that is not the current contributionary pension scheme that we operate. So to give you an idea, the government cannot go into your bank account with First Bank today and take money from your account balance. That's the kind of triple lock or double lock that you have with the contributionary pension scheme. Your money is banked with a licensed bank who has a certain level of financial backing that they insure your funds. So if they even invest it and suffer a loss, they are bound by law to make the payment to recover that funds for you. And they've done that in practice. So this is what happens with the contributionary pension scheme. Having said that, your money is invested very carefully such that we give you a return on your investment, and there very, 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 very rarely any losses. And even where there is, you have that guarantee that it will be repaid by the backed bank. So government cannot dip into the contributionary pension scheme and take your money. It's not possible. It's like saying they can dip into your First Bank account today, or your Standard Chartered Bank account today, or even your OPay bank account today, and remove the money that's sitting in your account balance. It can't happen. It's a separate entity, and it is protected by law. So that's to clarify that. So there are two schemes. We are managing the CPS, and we're helping to transition the defined benefit scheme where we have the accrued pension rights and a lot of legacy challenges. Now, there was another question around trying to access 25% for mortgages and all the fees that you were given by various developers and so on in order to be able to do that, and the fees working out to be silly amounts such that it didn't even make sense to try and get that money. We are aware of those challenges, and we're working to correctly regulate that marketplace. But I think all of us are aware that buying property in Nigeria is a minefield anyway. We have a lot of fees that are unregulated, even when you're buying or renting by yourself as a private individual. So those are the same sorts of challenges we're facing when you're trying to buy with money from your RSC account. The only difference is that the source of money is changing. It's money from your RSC account rather than your own personal funds, which you have in your personal bank account today. But the marketplace is what it is. But we are working to help make sure that there are the right checks and balances in place, and we have an approved list of developers or providers, and we're managing what fees are being charged, but it's work in progress, so bear with us in that regard. There was a question around your, I'm not sure what PFA it is, but they give you quarterly, I'm guessing it's quarterly statements of what is in your account, as opposed to monthly statements. You can write to them and let them know that you prefer monthly statements. Most PFAs also have an online platform where you can go on and actually see the detail. I think you said it's communicated as a lump sum when you get it. I'm guessing when you get it as a text message. So yes, in your text, there probably would be a combined amount of both your contribution and your employer's contribution, but you can go into the detail. Most PFAs have an online platform, the same way your bank has an online platform where you can go in and look at your statement, look at what's been contributed, etc., etc. So speak to them and they'll be able to put you through. But if you struggle, we have a help desk. You can write to Pen Up. I will make that offer here. We have a help desk, so you can write to us as well, but usually your PFAs will be able to put you through in terms of this is your online account, this is your statement, this is the detail. They can give you all that information. That's not a challenge at all. There were some questions around the data recapture and the PSSP. You can do it immediately, I think. I think the question was around, can you register, can you correct your data from now? Yes, you can. You just go to your relevant PFA and tell them you want to recapture, and they'll put you through. PCRS or the PSSP, so that's the remittance platform. Your money should not be, when you've made a remittance, your employer has made a remittance for you, or you've made a remittance on behalf of an employee, it should not take months to show. That is the complete opposite of what we are trying to achieve with the PSSP framework. And with that one, I would say, please actually escalate that to us at PenUp. I'm going to get the email address for you and I'll share that. But please, if you have a payment service solution provider that is not showing your money instantaneously, that is what they're supposed to do. And that's why we've selected 7 that we're working with and we've approved. We're hoping to onboard a further 2 in the next few weeks. But those 7 have been vetted and they're supposed to abide by certain standards. So if you're not getting your balance updated immediately, please let us know and we'll take action. We're not accepting of that sort of performance. Lastly, I think it was the comment from the videographer. Yes, I agree with you, my dear friend. Yes, plan yourself, he said. Let's plan ourselves. Yes, let's plan ourselves. Let's start from now. Let's do the sprint. I completely agree with that. So those are the responses from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, our sister Antonia. We appreciate you. Modibo, I think you're from Yola. Please come and help me. I'm from Yola also. We will speak fully later.
Thank you so much. You know, Madam Penova has already done the work for me now. Unless I think the one of the multiple pay registration. My elder brother talked about multiple pay registration, and it appears he's not even looking at me and busy doing something. The multiple PIN, yes, of course it happens. You see, there are cases of people having more than one registration. So for treasury-funded employees that are in treasury-funded MDAs, if they have more than one PIN, what they need to do is to go and do their data recapture with whichever PFA they want, a particular PIN. And then they can either through the PFA or directly to PEMCOM or through their MDA can now write to PEMCOM and say, I have double PIN or I have multiple PIN and I've done data recapture with this. And I want you to resolve my multiple PIN registration. That doesn't mean that the money that is in the other account will just, by all means, just given to you. It will be reconciled. What do we mean reconciliation? PEMCOM have to look at it. If there are double remittance at the same time, concurrent remittance for the same period, of course, it's not your money, isn't it? But let's say there are other remittances, maybe not even from the treasury. You have worked somewhere, you have some other remittances, because when we ask for balances from PFAs, we have a certain format so that we will look at whether they're funds from treasury or whether they are funds from private sector or, or state. So if it comes that there are other funds in the other PIN that you have not done data recapture with, PEMCOM will direct the PFA to move it to your valid PIN. Where there is double remittance, PEMCOM would direct the PFA to mop it back to the contributory pension account. If your current PIN is not funded, then we can solve it through the nominal roll and then give you 93% of the income in the invalid PIN. However, the way you couched your question is that there are some people that are not even aware they have multiple PIN. I have seen a case in PHCN when PHCN was onboarded and they were given to successor company, somebody with 38 pins, one person. And some of them asked that, I have not done the registration myself. And I gave them the story of myself. I was in the civil service before I joined PEMCOM. And I was working in Yola, in the secretariat branch of NAPEP. A marketer in one of the PFS, I don't want to mention name. I don't know how that marketer convinced our head office in Abuja here. They sent forms across the state offices of NAPEP for that particular PFA. At the beginning of the scheme, in fact, that time it was just 7 PFAs that were licensed. So it's among those 7 PFAs. And we were asked to fill, and civil servants, your director or your coordinator sent forms that you should fill for pension. Luckily, even at that time, I read the Pension Reform Act. And I was saying, this is my choice. And the PFA they sent, fortunately, happens to be my choice. But I wanted to show them that I am not filling this form because you sent it from headquarters. I'm filling this form because it's my choice. But a lot of all those people under NAPEP sign up with that form. So what am I simply saying? The PHCN case, sometimes some of the marketers will go and meet your HR and they will get the details of people, and then PFS can generate PIN without even people knowing. So there are cases of multiple PIN that people will know, but it can be resolved once you do a data recapture with the PIN you want or the PFA you want. Then you can submit to PEMCOM, it will be resolved. And once it is resolved, you have to notify your employer that this is my valid PIN now, which remittances should go on. So the balances in the two can be resolved. That's simply what I'm saying. But first of all, you decide which of the pins is valid and which one you will do data recapture with. Data recapture with. If you have not, maybe after this we can discuss. I think the issue, Penop also answered this issue of data recapture my brother behind my colleague here talked about, who is also busy doing something. What we can do is to sensitize, like she said, we can do data recapture now. Don't leave it till I'm retiring, 1 year to retirement. Data recapture is just like I said, I gave example. In the banking industry, we were required to go and regularize our records with NIMSI. You joined. In the telecommunications, people were given deadlines that we will block your line if you don't provide your NIM. Similarly, in the pension industry, it's a directive of the federal government that all data generating MDAs must harmonize their records with NIMSI. Your PIN, your details in the pension industry must harmonize with NIMSI, and hence you must provide your NIM to your PFA. Do that now. Don't wait for retirement. Do that now. And it is until you do that. If you have done it, fine. If you have registered from 1st of July 2019, yes, you are already on. You don't need, you must have given you an in. If you have not given you an in, if they tell you data recapture exercise, it's simply just going with your ID card, your maybe certificate of date of birth, and then that NIN slip to give it to your PFA. In fact, there is even a self-service portal that PENCOM is working with PENOP and the operators to, in such a way that people can do it online and submit their data recapture. But don't wait. If you are not doing your data recapture, it comes to your second question, the enrollment. You cannot enroll. And enrollment actually is, we advertise enrollment for, let's say 2025, we advertise that go and do it in 2024, last quarter. But there's an initiative now that we had even met with the head of service to issue circular probably next year. We want to enroll all public employees that are entitled to accrued rights. In my slides, the one I have shared with Chinedu, you will see there is a one-off enrollment that we want to do next year. If we advertise that people should go and enroll one-off, it is very, very important that people should go and enroll. What is that enrollment? The essence of that enrollment is once you were in employment before 30th June 2004 or up to 30th June 2004, you have accrued rights. If you have not enrolled, we cannot be able to determine what is that your accrued rights for us to go and collect it from government and give it to you or send it to your retirement savings account. Now that we are getting funding, now that money is coming through bond for accrued rights, that is why we are pushing the initiative that let's enroll everybody and even see the quantum of money. Perhaps we would even do something I saw in one of the self-funding MDAs I went to an inspection. That MDA transferred all the accrued rights of their employees into their RSA while they were working. A 5,000 is transferred to your RSA today. If you are retiring in the next 10 years, that 5,000 may be 2 million or 3 million. So the essence of that enrollment is that so that your money gets to your RSA on time and that it can work for you. So it's important people should now, if you have not given your PFA your NIN, go tomorrow, go and give that NIN and do your data recapture. If you wait, that frustration will come, just like the chairman of Pension Desk Officers Forum is explaining. Sometimes the records, the date of birth you gave when you are registering with PFA is different with the one you have now finally done with NIMSI. Sometimes a lady has registered under the pension industry and then married, and then when she went to NIMSI, she used her marriage name. So the records are different. If you have not done your data recapture and then you want to now access any of the benefits, 25% or whatever it is you want to access, or you are about to retire, if you approach the pension industry and they throw your PIN into their database, it will show that this is the issue. You must go to NIMSI and correct it if you say there's an issue, or you must regularize it there and provide the documents. You know, in Nigeria, this date of birth issue, we would like to be born more than once. So a number of times. So date of birth, and you can only change once in NIMSI. So I think basically these are some of the things. There's the 25% issue about deduction. I think my colleague would, even though PENOP have addressed one part of it, but I think what he's talking about, you know, Nigeria, most of us that are collecting 25% mortgage are actually not using it for the purpose it is meant for. They are collecting the money cash, madam. And the people that the PMIs are giving them are now saying, if for me to give you, I will charge administrative fee. And I think that's the area, and I want my colleague to comment on that. So lastly, I think the PSSPs, which Madam has talked about the PSSP. If not for the current, you know, every system you bring, there will be these teething problems. I should say it's just the teething problems. Otherwise, these PSSPs are really not the people you are paying to. They are like a gateway. They are just like you must go through them so that they can hit our database and validate the schedule that you have. After that, you can go and pay on Remitter or whatever payment platform you have, isn't it, madam? So they are not really, so all the things you are seeing now, of course, especially with the tertiary institutions, is maybe system problem. There is that teething problem at the beginning, but otherwise remittances should be immediate, should not take any delay or anything. So that's basically, I think, the statement issue. Yes, for text, any RSS statement from text will not show you employee, but PFS are mandated or statutory by statutory requirement should give you statement quarterly, at least once quarterly, or based on demand, or anytime you demand. And like Chairman of PENOP, the MD of PENOP rightly pointed out, they have a platform. The statement will show employer and employee contributions. It will even show the admin fees that is being charged. So definitely for statement that you have on quarterly basis or on demand, or if you go to the platform, you would see the details of employer, what is has been remitted, and the employee, what is has been remitted. So Shitu, perhaps you can talk about the deductions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Oludibo. You see, in addition to what he has just said now in terms of this multiple registration, some people at the point of registration, when this scheme commences, some people either, do I say it knowingly or unknowingly, went and registered with more than one PFA, thinking that those funds there at retirement, you will be able to harmonize together, it will become one, not knowing you are causing issue for yourself. So, in addition to some of those causes of those multiple registrations, some people did that thing knowingly. Well, for the mortgage, 25% mortgage, it is not for mortgage. That there is the commission releases a guideline on it, and it is called 25% equity contribution for the purpose of mortgage. So that 25% you are assessing is for you to pay for the equity for a house that you have seen that you want to acquire. Because we find out that in the course of in the commission, what the complaints we'll be having is that at retirement, I don't have anything, I don't have a house to stay for after retirement. How do I do? Now, the commission now looked at this in the course of reviewing the pension reform of 2014. Now bringing this issue of equity contribution, such that when you secure in a house with a mortgage developer, we find out that most people, they will ask them to pay at least 10% of the cost of the property. Some people don't even have that. So this 25% you are now accessing from the RSA is meant for that equity contribution, such that you will be able to secure that house while you continue paying the differences as much as you are still in service. But that is not the way. If you see anybody complaining that he has paid a certain percentage of money to a PFA or to a mortgage, it means he's not using that money for what it's meant for. And if you are not using that what that money is meant for, then what you are doing between yourself and that mortgage developer, they are totally illegal. So you cannot complain. However, it's not that maybe the commission is not aware of such practices. Of recent, the commission has take it up, because if you are paying people to come and access the RSA for a particular post and they are not using it for it, so the commission engage the services of the Central Bank of Nigeria, because they are the one that monitors all these banks, that this is what is going on and this is what we are hearing, that people collect their this money and they are not using it for what it's supposed to be for. And the CBN came up, did an investigation on those banks, and found out that some, like 6 or 7 of those mortgage houses, were actually just getting the money and it goes directly to the RSA holder. They have been blacklisted. So what we are saying is that the essence of this money, these assets, should be strictly used for it, such that at retirement, even though if you are repaying, you know what you see what you are repaying for, and it will not be a load for you whenever you are doing this repayment. So what we are saying is that whosoever is accessing this money on the right way, in line with the rules and regulation of the commission, I don't think you have to pay anything for you to access this 25% equity contribution. If you are paying that, it means you are not doing what is right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The last but not the least, I want to call Mr. Sprint to come and sprint us up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, the public service rule is 130-104 for relocation allowance. It was formerly called repatriation allowance. Now in the PSRO 2021, it is relocation allowance is 130-104. That's the rule that contains 25% payment to take care of that. And then, yes, 130-104. And then I've gotten some messages from our participants here. All the benefits we mentioned here, there are about 5 of them. We are going to strengthen our report, our presentation, by including all the PSRO rules there. But above all, no matter the role you quote, always quote the activation circular from the head of service, which approved that public service rule. There's a very important statement there that said every provision in these rules must be complied with by MDAs. So that is where your COs need to get the empowerment from. All these things will be put in the presentation which is ready. We're just going to adjust it. I've spoken with the organizers to give us time to add all these things to make it stronger before it's released to you. Then to the issue of investment of pension funds, it's very important we clear that. A lot of PDOs always raise it. It is the norm. It's a normal thing. No pension fund worldwide sits idle. Do you know that the USA has the largest pension fund? Do you know sometimes they bring their investment to Africa, to Nigeria? It's to make profit, because without that, your pension asset can't grow. The benefit we are getting, in addition to what we are saving, the interest, is coming from an invested source. The return on that investment. So without investing the funds, there'll be no growth. And the money you are contributing will be exactly what you get upon retirement, which will be a total disaster. So we should know that we are not doing too well in the country, although we are trying based on what PENCOM has done. But the total savings of Nigeria as a whole is just about $25 billion. South Africa is going to 170 billion, which is 1/4 of Nigeria. This pension we are talking about in the US, the mean average pension is 3.5 million per month. Per month. That was as at last year. 3.5 million naira converted naira per month. The best they had was 2024, which was 70 million. But it sounds very fantastic, but check it. During Biden, they had the best returns on their investments, and because they invested it aggressively. So our country is totally far behind, but I think we are trying to measure up. But the first step to do is not to just let funds to be idle. They need to be invested carefully. PENCOM is there to make sure they are invested carefully, and then you benefit in terms of the returns. Thank you, sir.
Please, let's appreciate him. The rapporteurs, are you ready? Let's listen to them so that all of us will hear what we've said, whether they have captured it. If they have not, you call them to order.
All right, thank you very much. The chairman, we're going through the communique. This is a communique issued at the end of the one-day Consultative Forum on Pensions Administration in Nigeria's Polytechnics. Preamble. The one-day Consultative Forum on Pensions Administration in Nigeria's Polytechnics was convened to critically examine challenges in pension administration, sensitize stakeholders, and propose practical measures to ensure a seamless post-service transition for staff in the Nigerian Polytechnic system. Organized by the Academic Staff Union of Polytechnics, ASUP, the forum brought together dignitaries from government agencies, trade unions, pension fund administrators, retirees, associations, and polytechnic institutions. The event was chaired by Dr. Chibuzo Asamoga, with the Honorable Minister of Education, represented by the Director of Polytechnic Education in the ministry, Dr. Chibuzo serving as the chairman and the minister as special guest of honor. In his goodwill message, the minister commended ASUP's organizational discipline and reaffirmed government's commitment to strengthening pension management and staff welfare. Observation. The forum observed that pension administration in polytechnics is hampered by irregular remittances, poor compliance with the contributory pension scheme, and weak data management. Retirees face delays in assessing entitlements due to bottlenecks involving IPPIS, OA, GF, and PENCOM. Poor interagency coordination and lack of harmonized pension data undermine efficiency. Many staff are inadequately informed about pension rights,
documentation, and transition procedures. The absence of a unified retirement transition framework creates inequities and uncertainties. Greater digitization and collaboration among agencies are needed to enhance transparency and timeliness in pension processing. Resolution. After extensive deliberations and technical papers presentation, the forum resolved as follows. The Polytechnics must ensure timely and transparent remittance of deductions in line with the Contributory Pension Act. 2. PENCOM should intensify monitoring and enforce uniform compliance across all polytechnics. 3. OAGF and IPPI should reconcile outstanding deductions, including pre-IPPIS contributions, and streamline verification processes. 4. Trade unions led by ASUP should expand sensitization program to improve members' understanding of pension rights and processes. 5. The Ministry of Education, working with MBTA, COHED, and COFA, should establish uniform guidelines for staff retirement transition. 6. Follow-up activities with management and other stakeholders should be carried out by trade unions to ensure that all retirees get their benefits as contained in the contributory pension scheme policy, including relocation allowance. 7. Management of our institutions should ensure that untagged funds are verified so that the retirement benefits of workers are not unintentionally tampered with. Participants express gratitude to the Honorable Minister of Education, the Chairman of the Occasion, ASUP leadership, and all agencies and union representatives for their contributions to this landmark engagement. The forum reaffirms the collective commitment to strengthening pension governance and safeguarding the welfare of Nigeria's polytechnic staff. So this is the draft communique that we have.
Thank you, Mr. Oko. Let's appreciate him. Just go and relax. You've done well. We are still expecting materials from our brothers, PENCOM, PENUP, and the bosses, and what have you. Thank you. At this juncture, without wasting time, I want to invite the Vice President to give us a vote of thanks. We are gradually coming to the end of today's program. Let him thank us and thank our guests for coming.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. On behalf of the academic staff union of Polytechnics, ASUP, the entire ASUP members, we want to use this great opportunity to thank all of you that have shown their commitment despite your tight schedules for honoring this our invitation. We want as well thank the speakers for your contribution in sharing your expertise and profound knowledge in educating and enlightening us based on our topic or theme, which is highly educative, well experienced, and we want to tell you that we have gathered and enjoyed a lot of it. We want to also seek for your further window in case we need further contribution, we plead you always receive us. And to our, we want to also as well wish you safe journey to your respective destinations. To our NEC members that are here with us, we want to thank you much for making this also graceful, for your presence from the beginning to the end of this, and we wish also your endurance in our next engagement, which is our National Executive Council meeting that is coming up tomorrow. So here I want to say profoundly again, we thank you very much for honoring this our invitation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. On behalf of the high table, I thank you for thanking them. It is our sincere prayers and wish, sir. Yeah, they will be photographed, but we are almost coming to the end. They will group photograph with the high table first, then zonal coordinators with the high table, then every one of us. Abi? So before then, I want to call on Asumuka to give us his closing remark.
As we say in Nigeria, all protocols observed. It's been a long day, really. And the Vice President of the Union has appreciated every other person or persons except themselves, the local organizing committee. We call it the Event Action Committee. They have done so well. You have done so well. You have also not appreciated the media people, and also tell the chef, the person who cooked the food, that he did a good job. I don't want to use she because that would be sexist. He did a good job. I don't know who the person is. Also, our think tank members, they've been sitting here. You've done so well. The resource persons, the bossa. It's difficult to keep a bossa from morning till night if you're not talking about money. But he's been here, and the people, honestly, I appreciate both of you. I sincerely do. I sincerely do. Okay, I don't know whether you put fear or whether you encouraged us, but all of you are wonderful resource persons. In fact, institutions should be calling you to come over and really drill their people. I want to thank our NEC members and the people from this is the first time we are doing something, and the ministry person just stayed from beginning to the end. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. As we close, we cannot reiterate enough, the critical impact that is expected from this encounter. As we go back to our chapters, there are areas. There's even an area in the communique that I think had been really, mitigated so that it doesn't cause a problem. I had thought that the BOSA would address it because lately all the schools noticed that a certain portion of deductions were not remitted as we were told. And when our union leaders went to meet the bosses, they said, go to Abuja, it's with the AGF office. And now the AGF office is telling us that they brought all the money. So I don't want to say, I don't know what happened to the money. But I'll ask our chairman to continue to pursue that thing to make sure if it's in our schools, let them bring it out. If it's the AGF, let them give us. That vacuum still is there. So we want them to really take up that matter as a matter of fact. I want to thank all of us, and also I want to encourage ASUP. Mr. President, I dare say that Aluta is not just marching in the streets. This is also Aluta. This is Aluta. You are solving a problem that fists and blows may not be able to solve. We appreciate you for that. We appreciate you for relationships you're building These are enduring legacies and are the keys that open the doors, to our demands and for the benefits of our members. As we leave this place, we'll continue to plan for the good of our members, for the good of the union, for the good of the sector, and for the good of Nigeria. God bless all of us for coming. As we go ahead, without going to say Muslim prayer or Christian prayer, let's say the prayer we said again as we start as a closing prayer, the third stanza of our national anthem. Let's all stand up and say that, take that stanza again. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. God bless us all.
Please sit down, order a photograph. There's going to be a photograph now. Think tank, please don't go. There's snapping pictures. We need you. We need you. High table with think tank, please. High table. Okay. Please come and arrange. CNO, all CNO members to get ready, please.
Money on my mind.
All CNO together, please.
Out here on the road chasing my dream because I know I'm chasing for me. If you want to let Jack on my loan, to find anybody no money, I want the they hear what the people they know. What's it, I shall kill it till love, I want to get another one, I go click and do it in a
all CNO members to get ready.